What's up? 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 What is up? How are y'all doing today? It is Sunday, and we are going to have us a good old time tonight. I'm your host, Emmanuel Eman Noisette. I want to thank each and every one of y'all for coming out tonight. I know we are off schedule a little bit, but listen, your boy has been pretty active, pretty busy. If you've been following me on the socials, which you should be doing, I have been out to I went to the big fight. Shout out to Netflix and TKO UFC for that. That was pretty fun. That was pretty fun. I'm glad I didn't put no money down. I'm glad I didn't. But yeah, I've been out and about. And even just this last Friday, I was out as well, and I just got back. I was gonna try and go live on Saturday, but I didn't have the energy. I couldn't do it. I couldn't give you guys just a tired E-man, for a live stream. So I figured let's just do it now. It looks like my Bears are winning. So I feel like I haven't seen the finale, but I feel like we've been spanking them Cowboys enough where I feel comfortable to just go ahead and go live now anyway. And ain't nobody about to go watch them Chiefs and Giants. Let's just be honest. Them Giants, y'all done. Okay, y'all about to get whooped anyway. But we have got a lot of stuff to talk about today. So we got to talk about Black Panther. We will talk about Black Panther. We will talk about, I'll give you my review for him. If you've seen my reactions for that. Yeah, it's an interesting movie. So I have to talk to y'all about that. And then we're going to talk about Jimmy Kimmel. Yes, we're going to talk about Jimmy Kimmel as carefully as possible, and we'll discuss why that is. We'll talk about that as well. Anyway, you know how we do. We got to go see, first and foremost, who has made it out today. I know, like I said, we're a little off schedule, but let's see who made it out. I got last of my kin here. What is up? Good to see you. King Chad, my man, what is up? Appreciate you coming through. Paulette, how are you? Sam K, hello. Mitch, how are you? Good to see you. Shar, thank you so much for coming through. Deborah, there we go. Deborah, thank you so much for making it out. I appreciate you. And Jason, right behind you, appreciate you as well, man. Tyrone, good to see you. Thank you so much. Yes, listen, we will get to Aliens. I have a screening on Monday. Like, I'm starting to get into the award season, so screeners, press junkets, a lot of things are piling up for me, and it's going to be tight for me to be able to do things consistently on schedule. So my plan right now for Aliens, listen, I started it. We will finish it. I know the last episode comes out on Tuesday. I'm going to go live on Tuesday, and we will catch up and do episodes 6 and 7. And then on Wednesday, we will do episode 8, the finale. So I'm catching up. Just be patient with me. Be patient. But we will get there. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Jay, what is up? Good to see you. Gothic Chick, I appreciate you coming through. Callow, hello. MC, thank you so much for making it out. My man Nelson V is here. Good to see you. Dex, how you doing? Talented One, what is up? Let me see. Mitch, did I say what's up to you? Just in case if I missed it. I'm sorry. Mitch, what's up? Good to see you, man. Christy, good to see you too. We got the homie Zia. Appreciate you coming through. Let's see. Eugene, hello. Tyronda, good to see ya. CJ, man, good to see you, man. Oh, you on the replay? All good. Shout out to the replay gang. Chill Spot, how you doing? Across the pond, my man Stamina MC. Thank you so much for being here. Kristen, hello. Then Kristen Pratt, appreciate you holding it down with the mod squad. Thank you so much. Tyra, good to see you. My man Lou is here. T-Ville, how you doing? We got my man Magic. Good to see you. Appreciate you coming through. Amanda, thank you so much for making it out. Rachel, I see you. Precious, hello. Tony, what's up? Philroy, good to see you. My man D is back. Boogie, good to see you too. Soto, shout out to you. Orange, I see you. And shout out to everyone that has made it out tonight. I really do appreciate y'all coming through. Let's see. My man JN coming through with the support. Thank you, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Salute. What's understood doesn't have to be said. Thank you for the content always. Most definitely, man. Thank you so much for that support. I do appreciate you. And D, I appreciate you as well. Thank you for supporting the channel the way that you do. It really does go a long way, and I appreciate y'all for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's start off. So I'm gonna try and do some of the news that I missed the week before, because obviously I wasn't available. So this is going to be a mix of stuff from like maybe 2 weeks ago, a week ago, etc. So first of all, we lost a legend, a real legend in the game, and that was Robert Redford. In case you did not know, Robert Redford, man, this guy's been around for a long time. He is a staple in Hollywood. Oh, hold on, let me I didn't even pull it up here. But yeah, Robert Redford, he has been in so many movies. I haven't even seen all his movies. Like his resume is ridiculously long. But we have lost him sadly at the age of 89. And from what I understand, I believe it's from natural causes. I haven't heard or seen anything other than that. It does say here. Hold on. What are y'all doing? Y'all changed up all my stuff. Here we go. Let's see. It says he is the Godfather for independent film, and he was the founder of the Sundance Film Institute. So that whole Sundance Film Festival and all that, shout out to Robert Redford for basically giving independent film a real chance to stand out, to be seen by studios, to be purchased, to be reviewed and all that. He really did champion independent films, and that was really good for the industry at large. It says here Robert Redford passed away on September 16th, 2025 at his home at Sundance in the mountains of Utah, the place he loved, surrounded by those he loved. So I think that, listen, if you're going to go out, that's one of the best ways to do it. Be around the people you love, and those that love you right back. I have yet to ever hear anything negative about Robert Redford. And I always tell y'all, if that's the way you go out, man, you lived a good life then, because if people don't have nothing bad to say and only good memories, you did something right in your life. And it sounds and looks like he did. And by the way, for some of the youngins, because it took me a while, I didn't know this, because I didn't see this movie or TV show either. But did y'all know, behind the classic meme, because I've used this meme so many times, y'all know that was him? Did y'all know that was him? I didn't know that was him for the longest, with the beard and the hair and that. I had no proof. I had no idea that he was the nodding GIF for so long. And I've been using that thing ever since we started being able to use GIF. So I love the fact that this man is just going to continue being a part in our lives one way or another. Shout out to Robert Redford, family, friends, and those that missed them. If you guys have any favorite movies, TV shows, or anything, and by the way, for the more younger folks, this was the guy that was, Mr. Hail Hydra, and Captain America, Winter Soldier. So he was part of the MCU as well. But if you have any other movies, TV shows, or fond memories, feel free to share them in the comments down below. Let's move on to some quick updates. So we have a lot more quick updates that we can go through, and before we get into some of the, more of the other topics. Now, one thing that we talked about before, since we are coming off of talking about Robert Redford, the Emmys happened last week, and usually during these award shows they will do a lot of the memorandums, or memoriams, that just remember all the people that they lost throughout the years or throughout that year. And we've talked about them, we gave props to them, but apparently they forgot about my man Tony Todd. Y'all know Tony Todd. obviously from the famous horror movie Sugar Man. We will not speak that name right now, but the Sugar Man passed away, and nobody said anything during the Emmys. So his widow, Fatima Cortez Todd, is disappointed that Tony wasn't included in the memoriam segment at the Emmys. She said Tony had a long list of TV credits, but he was not respected as much by the industry he gave his artistic life. And that is really, really sad. That is really sad, because even if he wasn't like the biggest of movie stars or TV stars, I'm pretty sure y'all could have thrown my man up there in the slideshow for like 2-3 seconds. I'm come on now. So shame on the Emmys. It seems like they always conveniently miss people. It seems like that just seems to be a running thing with them. Anywho, at least we gave him some props. At least we gave him props. Let's see. What else do we have for news? We have Daredevil. So we already know Daredevil season 2 is greenlit. I believe it's already shot, if I'm not mistaken. They were kind of shooting it at the same time as season 1 anyway. But we got news now. Hey, season 3 is already greenlit. Filming begins next year. So this sounds like it's a good sign that it's already greenlit before season 2 even came out. And I'll say this. The one thing that I am extremely excited for with this is that now, if you recall, they had to bring in the team from the Netflix Punisher TV series to basically fix whatever mess that they had going on during the pandemic era. So the first season of Daredevil, it was okay. It was good. It was okay to good, but you could kind of see where they like had patches. Some episodes weren't as strong, etc. So now I'm sitting here thinking, okay, y'all have time to fully develop this stuff uninterrupted, no rewrites and reshoots and let's hurry up and bring these characters back. No, y'all got time to start fresh. I don't know what the state is for season 2, if they still have the patchwork stuff, but I do like the fact that they have an opportunity to do season 3, and I think, and I'm hoping that will be the best one to come. Next up, we have for some of you. Do we want to do these yet? No, not yet. I'll do that later. Look, going back to the Emmys. Apparently, this happened. Shout out to Severance, because Tremel Tillman is the first Black man to win an Emmy in Best Supporting Actor in a Drama Series. It is 2000. It is like we are in 2025. 2025. You mean to tell me in all of TV history, how long the Emmys been around? Hold on, we got to see this. How long have the Emmys been around? The Emmys have been here for 75 years. You mean to tell me in 75 years, I'm not even talking about the main actor in a TV series. I'm not even talking about that. In 75 years, y'all couldn't nominate or have one Black man win in a TV drama series in 75 years? That's shameful. That is shameful. But congratulations to the brother, because he is a fantastic actor. And yes, as Andrew mentioned, his speech was really, really good. Very, very happy for him. Great work, well deserved. But shame on the Emmys. Shame. Y'all still having these first? Yikes. It's not something to really be proud of, Emmys. It's just not. Now let's kind of move a little bit into the horror aspect. So y'all know I'm covering Alien Earth. I am an Alien fan. I love and enjoy the Alien franchise. Alien Romulus, directed by Fede Alvarez, loved it. Really enjoyed it. Had a good time with it. But my man is breaking my heart. He is breaking my heart because he said that he is not coming back. Says here that he was never going to direct the Alien Romulus sequel because he wanted to only do one, like James Cameron and David Fincher. He says, obviously, Ridley Scott, he created it. He has the right to make a bunch of movies. And so far, that seems to be the trend, right? The trend is everyone else is able to do just one movie. Ridley, since he started it, my man is, he made a couple, right? I think he's got 3 under his belt right now. So, that it's a little heartbreaking because to me, I'm like, listen, if Cameron wants to come back, let him come back. Like, I don't care. I just want good movies. Okay. I don't think the Alien franchise needs to stick to any type of weird rule that all of a sudden we only need one. This ain't Highlander. Okay. All of y'all can come back and make some fire movies because we need that. So please feel free to come on back if you want to. But anyway, I do believe he did say that Alvarez and Ridley Scott, they are working on the script for the sequel. So whoever the next director is, they are at least coming into an environment, I think, with a nice warm handoff from, the originator and the last guy that made a great movie. So hopefully they pick somebody good. Hopefully it just works. Now, personally, I wouldn't mind if they just went and got what's his name, Noah Hawley from Alien Earth. Like, he directed, I want to say he directed episode 5 of Alien Earth. Please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But the episodes he directed from Alien Earth, I'm like, you all could have made that a movie too. So it'd be just fine if you wanted to make the guy who's doing Alien Earth, who's doing a great job right now, and have him just do the next movie. Because episode 5 was pretty much a movie in itself. So I'd be cool if they wanted to do that. All right, moving on. We do have a little bit more horror stuff. I mean, listen, we are getting closer to October. It's almost that time. So the horror news is going to pile up. Now, I don't know, and maybe some of y'all can help me out with this. As much as a horror fan as I am, as much as I love horror movies and stuff, I never seen Grave Encounters. So, but apparently there's going to be a reboot. So a reboot of Grave Encounters is now in the works, and Justin Long is set to star. Now, if you don't know who Justin Long is by now, like, I don't know what to tell you, because this man, ever since my first introduction to Justin was Jeepers Creepers. Whew. This man is the Sean Bean of horror movies. Okay. He is just from Tusk to Jeepers Creepers to Barbarian to, like, just wherever you see this man, he steals the show. He steals the show. But it says here the original film followed the doomed crew of a ghost hunting reality show when they stumble across real terror in an abandoned mental hospital. First of all, no. I don't care what reality show it is. I don't care what the money is looking like. I'm not going in there. I'm just something. No. This is no. Okay. Y'all not gonna have me in there with some camera and so it's dark and no, and at night. Yeah, all right. Nope, no thanks. Anyway, I'm just excited because Justin Long is in it, and I'm a fan of his. I like what he does in horror movies, so I'm with it. I'm here to see what he could do with it. I think that'll be actually kind of interesting to watch. All right, next up we have, I like this. Come on now, right on time. Sinners will be returning to 70 millimeter IMAX theaters for one day on Halloween. So if for whatever reason you are part of that 1% who has not seen Sinners on a big IMAX screen, now you've got your chance. Now you got one day to go watch this movie the way it was meant to be seen. Okay? Listen, shout out to the streaming and all that. That's fine. But this movie was meant to be seen on the big screen in IMAX. Please go see it if you have not already. All it does, in my opinion, is further empower the studios that, hey, Black filmmakers can make successes if you allow them to just be, right? So go see Sinners if you haven't. If it was on your waiting list, watch list for so long and you still ain't seen it yet, now's the time. Okay, you got a whole month. You got a month. Okay, save up them paychecks and get ready. All right. All right, what else do we have in the horror lineup here? Next up, we have, oh man, okay, I don't know how to feel about this. Actually, I do. But The Conjuring now has a new prequel movie in the works. So if you have seen the last Conjuring movie, what was it? The Last Rites. I think I reviewed that. Yeah, I did review it a couple weeks ago. It kind of seemed a little obvious that they were going to do a prequel a little bit. I mean, in the movie, they do show you the early life of, like how the Warrens started. So if they wanted to do a prequel movie, I could see that working. I could see, the thing is, the Warrens, they have so many stories. It kind of makes sense, that they would want to keep milking this. The last story, in my opinion, I didn't think was all that great. But they still ended up finding a way to make it watchable. Now, this, I do think, yes, you could do the movie, but for The Conjuring, the TV series is moving forward at HBO Max. So the Nancy Wand, who was in charge of Jessica Jones, Supernatural, she will be the showrunner for this. And you know what? I feel like that's probably a better format for the Warrens, just because of how many stories and how many cases they've had. A TV series is probably better suited for that. Now, I do think that with the TV series, I don't know if it'll be as scary as some of the movies, but the movies after Conjuring 2, they haven't been as scary anyway. So if you're going to make a transition, if you're going to milk this franchise, a TV series is probably the better route to go anyway. So I don't know if they're going to have the original cast and crew, or maybe they'll have somebody else do it. Not sure, but we'll wait and see. Now, the next image I'm not going to put up because I know I got some scary cats in here. So you guys are welcome. But they are going to have another Insidious movie. And this is where I'm like, y'all need to stop, because those Insidious movies have not been good for a long time. They have not been good. Like, once again, right when James Wan stopped directing them, it was after part 2, after Insidious 2, after Conjuring 2, when James Wan said, I'm no longer going to direct them, those things got worse. They got worse after every film. So now that they want to do another one, I don't care. I don't care. Like, it does not matter. I don't feel nothing for it. It is whatever. So anyway, you guys let me know how you feel about those. If you even plan on watching them, because I know some of y'all like to sleep at night, and that might not be your jam. I get it. Let's see. Next up, we have let's go back to TV. So The Office, in my opinion, one of the funniest shows that have ever been made, right? I'm not going to say it's the funniest, but it is one of the funniest that I've ever watched. Loved it. And it had such a great cast and ensemble of characters that, you if you watch the show, you can't help but to just feel connected to each and every one of them, right? So, of course, when the funny thing is, when The Office was about to go off air, first of all, when Steve Carell left, you felt it. When Steve Carell left, it was kind of like, I mean, it was like Jordan when he retired, right? It was kind of like, okay, the Bulls are still they still going to the finals, but y'all not winning nothing. Not without Michael. You needed Michael, right? So right next to Michael, and I don't know if I would even say maybe Jim was Scottie Pippen. Maybe Jim was the second man. I don't know. Either way, Dwight was absolutely one of the funniest characters on the show, right? Played by Rainn Wilson. One of the funniest, easily had some of the best moments in the show, especially his interactions with Jim. So Rainn Wilson, he had this to say. He said that NBC should have made the Office spinoff about Dwight. Keep in mind, we do have an Office spinoff, but it's about another paper company, after the main one has like gone away or whatever. He said they probably have another $1 billion in the bank. Would it have been as good as The Office? No, not even close. Okay. First of all, I'm glad my man understands reality. There's no way a Dwight focused Office would have worked like that. Would I have watched it? Maybe for the first season, but the whole time I'd be asking, where's Jim? Right? Like, if Jim and Dwight are not in the same vicinity, I don't know what to do with Dwight. If Michael is not in relation to Dwight, I don't know what to do with it. Like, I'm just saying, Dwight was funny in relation to other characters like Michael or Jim. So I'm just saying, they would have had to do a lot of legwork to have Dwight carry an entire series by himself. Not to say that it's impossible, but that would have been a tall order, a very, very tall order. And I don't know. Listen, I've said this before. Sometimes it is very okay when you have something good, when you have a good character, it is okay to keep it in small doses. And Dwight, to me, was hilarious in small doses. So he's right. It wouldn't have been as good as The Office, but I don't think they should have pursued that at all. All right. Next up. So we have talked about Sylvester Stallone making Rocky and how there's going to be a biopic about that, right? So we know that he's not really tied to it yet. I would think he has to be. I mean, like, to me, it feels kind of disrespectful if you're gonna make a movie about a guy who tried to make a movie and the guy's still alive and he ain't like a producer, he's not an actor in it. Like, you gotta put him in there somehow, right? Anyway, Sly, of course, he's always working, right? My man is always trying to do something. He's doing his thing with the Tulsa King, you know. But one thing, and we also talked about how there's a prequel Rambo movie being made as well. Now, I still don't know about a prequel Rambo movie because I'm like, why do we need to, like, I don't care about an early Rambo. I care about the PTSD Rambo, the Rambo that's crazy, the Rambo that is mentally unwell and will do very bad bodily harm to his enemies. Like, that's the Rambo that is far more interesting, right? So anyway, Sly is back at it. And it says here, Sylvester Stallone says he wanted to direct a Rambo prequel himself by making it with AI and also de-aging himself. He said everyone thought I was crazy. Now, Sly. Call me everyone. Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. How old is Sly? Look. Sly gotta be how old is Sylvester? Sly is 79 years old. 79 years old. Ain't enough computing power for AI to de-age this man. Ain't enough. Ain't enough. I'm sorry. Sir. You want the computer, the AI to make you look like that again? Are you? And we're not even talking about a Rambo continuation. My man wanted to do a prequel. He wanted to look even younger than that with AI. My man, please go somewhere now. Now, listen, if you said, hey, I just want to write it, hey, I want to direct it, okay, I'm cool with that. I'm not, that's fine. But listen, the AI ain't that good. It's not that good, because what you're gonna end up having to do, now we have seen AI do some crazy stuff, right? We've seen the crazy CGI from Captain America, Civil War, right? Where you had a lot of older actors looking a lot younger, and that, it kind of worked. But here's the thing: it was just their face, right? It's different if it's just their face. Like, sir, you're gonna have to get a whole body double, and then you're gonna have to get somebody to replace your face. And if that body double does too many quick movements, like y'all, and if you guys rush the VFX, and then next thing you know, your mouth is over here for some reason, and you're lip syncing, and your lips don't match with the word, it's gonna be a problem. It's not gonna be worth it. Just get a younger actor. The guy who's playing Rocky right now in the biopic, listen, get a man some juice, right? Give him some juice and let him work out, and he could play young Rocky. Like, it's not hard, clearly, to find people that could pass as a young, Rambo looking kind of guy. I'm sure Hollywood's got them dudes waiting. Okay, stop. Just, sir, please, just. He said everybody thought I was crazy. Yeah. I wonder why. All right, next. Oh, reportedly, Netflix is considering placing a bid to buy Warner Brothers. First there was news that Paramount was going to buy Warner Brothers, and now Netflix is trying to do it. You guys know why this is a problem. You know why this is a problem. Not because Warner Brothers should not be bought out or whatever. I mean, granted, I don't really like the whole monopoly thing. However, you know who this is going to incite. You know who this is going to give brand new life to. You know who's about to get a huge shot of caffeine straight in their veins just by the mere sound of this news. The Snyderites are about to be woken up. The Snyderites are about to have a whole new cause. The Snyderites are about to wake up that dead hashtag. Are they already on? See, they already on it. They already like just it won't end. It won't end. Like just let it. Like we just got a new Superman. We just got a passable Superman. We were moving on. We were having peace. Okay, there was peace in the internet streets. And now this. It's just not. Listen, I don't have the energy for this. We cannot go through this again. We cannot do this anymore. We need to move on. I can't do. What is this? Like I'll be forgetting sometimes. I queue up some of this stuff, but it's just this was a terrible lineup. Why did I do this? Y'all boy, Vin Diesel is back. And in case you wanted some more, so is The Last Witch Hunter. Because the sequel to The Last Witch Hunter that nobody asked for is currently in the works at Lionsgate. Vin Diesel and Michael Caine, who, by the way, was retired. Why did you go bother this man? This man, Michael Caine, was out there in, I don't know, Ireland, Scotland, wherever he's from, the UK, Europe. He was peacefully retired. Why you go bother this man to come back for this movie? He don't need this. He does not need this. Why y'all bother him? My question is, and I'm not, I'm not, listen, we've seen how can I put this? We've seen recent videos and imagery of Vin Diesel. I'm just wondering, how are you going to keep the trench coat on the entire movie? That's all I need to know. Are you going to keep the trench coat on in order to make this work? I'll leave it there. I'm not gonna go further, but black is very slimming. It's very slimming, and that could work. I mean, listen, Blade. Well, no, Blade takes his coat off sometimes. Just leave it on, bro. Just leave it on. Leave it on. Okay. I have to go to the next one. We're gonna keep it on Vin, kind of. Y'all movie. Y'all know which movie it is. Y'all favorite movie. Because some of y'all kept putting money into this that kept it alive. I told y'all not to, but y'all kept this alive. Fast and Furious. Jason Momoa says he has no idea when the final Fast and Furious movie will happen. He says, I got no script, so not that soon. No, not Venom. The other favorite y'all movie. It's the other y'all movie. Here's my question. I recall when Fast and the Furious 9 was coming out, and we were hearing about how the last one was going to be part 10, but then they were going to split it up into 2 movies and all that. How do y'all not have a script? I mean, I'm just saying, Jason Momoa is a big part of the movie. It's not like he's a side character. It's not like, he's just some random. That I would understand. I would totally understand if, one of the inconsequential characters, man, listen, we only need you on shoot for one day. You'll get your script that day. I get that. This man is part of this supposed 2-part finale. How does he not have a script? How is he not? This is not a serious movie. There's nothing about this movie that I can take seriously. And the fact that y'all don't even have a script for this yet. And the fact that he doesn't even know when they're going to start filming. Is anyone going to care if this movie does not come out by 2027? Because by the time he gets the script, they're going to need about 6 months to shoot. Then they're going to need, a little time for the press to it. So you're going to need about a year to kind of shoot, film, edit, promote, and then actually get to theaters. Is anyone going to care? Because I'm still thinking that this thing should have been out already. I just wanted it to be done. I'm not excited for this at all. I wanted to hurry up and come out so we can be done with it. Okay. Not great news, but better property. Production on Chad Stahelski, the Blade director. Not Blade. I wish. The John Wick director. His Highlander remake has been delayed to early 2026 after Henry Cavill suffered a leg injury on set, or I don't know if it was on set or offset. So if you're looking forward to Highlander, which I was, that is going to take a little more time. I think he posted an image on his social media of his leg. I don't know if it was wrapped up or if it was in a cast or whatnot, but my man wasn't, it sucks. Like whatever happened, it's definitely going to cause a delay. So 2026, we can wait for that. Probably isn't going to be the worst thing to wait for. Next up, what else do we have? Now let's talk about a quality director, right? One of the GOATs. James Cameron confirms that he is writing a new Terminator movie. Yes. He says, I've been unable to get started on that very far because I don't know what to say that won't be overtaken by real events. We are living in a science fiction age right now. Sir, you already predicted this. What do you mean that won't be overtaken by real events? You made this. The moment we heard, and we still hear about AI, this or robots, that we think of Skynet. You're in the mix. Okay? You are in the mix. It's done. This has already been cooked and baked and it's out the oven. At this point, you just need to slice this up and pass out the pieces. Whatever you say, you already planted the seeds. Come on, man. It's time to harvest now. You don't have to push this no further. It's just make a good movie. How about that? Just Jam. It'll be a documentary. Might as well. Terminator 2 probably is a documentary. We just don't even know it yet. See? But if there's ever anyone that I trust with this property, it is James Cameron. Because the other times he would always leave it off to somebody else to do this, do that, and it has not been good. I will say, what was that? Terminator 0 something. It was the animated one on Netflix. That was good. They did a good job with that one. Matter of fact, I gotta go rewatch that one day. That was really, really good. But the other ones, no, but the Sarah Connor Chronicles and just everything. They try to bring back Arnold like 4-5 times. Arnold, the old Terminator. It don't work. It just doesn't work. Don't work. All right. Last but not least, with these quick updates, got a little Avengers Doomsday stuff. So they have finished filming, from what I understand. So now's the time where hopefully, Marvel will take their time. Okay. This is a $2 billion movie potentially. I don't know if they can still hit 2.5 like they did before because times have changed with the movie industry. But, these Avengers movies, they are your creme de la creme. They are the top prize. Y'all better chill. Don't rush those VFX artists. Don't sit here and rush that product, because this is the one that's going to live on for a long time. Y'all need that extra revenue later on too. Don't play with that. Anyway, the Russo brothers have released a cryptic new Avengers Doomsday photo. And it's all blurry, hard to say, distinguish. They did this before. They did this with what did they do this with? Endgame. I remember they did this with Endgame. They would play around with little screenshots or whatever. Listen, this to me, if I had to guess what this is at all, it definitely looks like the chalkboard, right? It looks like the chalkboard of Reed Richards. Now, what I think this is, because they love Robert Downey Jr., they love Dr. Doom. I think, well, I guess it's not much of a spoiler since, the movie's been out for a while. Given the post-credit scene, we saw the post-credit scene where Dr. Doom is in Fantastic Four, right? It would not surprise me if we open up Doomsday and Doom just starts walking around in, the Baxter building. And as he's walking around, hold on, let me put it like this. Okay. So we already know Dr. Doom was in the end of Fantastic Four. We know that he's obviously the main star for Avengers Doomsday. It would not surprise me that little cryptic message that the Russo brothers put up there, if Dr. Doom was just walking around, Sue Storm is like, you need to get out. You need to leave. You need to, and he's like, man, woman, hush. Okay. I am the Doctor of Doom. I can do whatever I want. And he just walking around. And while he's in the building, I could totally see him go up to the board that Reed Richards has been using. And he was just like, man, E equals MC circle, or something else. I don't know, whatever. Right. And he figures out multiverse travel. He figures something out that Reed Richards was still toiling with and couldn't figure out, because Doom is all about the mental superiority, the intellectual superiority, especially over Reed Richards. So I could totally see if that little chalkboard image or whatever was actually Doom solving a problem. And by the way, this would also tie in, if he is actually a Tony Stark variant. Tony solved time travel, right? Like, this man sat around and was just like, pop, I got it. So it would totally make sense if that happened again, where our 616 Tony figured out time travel, and this whatever universe, Dr. Doom, Tony Stark variant, whatever, figured out multiverse travel, right? So I think that's what that is. Not the biggest surprise if that happens. But you guys let me know, what do you think that encryption or that weird little image is? What do you think it's all about? How do you think it'll fit into Avengers Doomsday? Let me know in the comments. All right. I think that's it for the quick stuff. Yes, it is. All right. Buzz, I'm gonna get to you later. I'm gonna don't hold on to that. I'm gonna get to you later. Um, oh, Dre, what you got? No, I did not. Is he okay? I did not hear about Tom Holland getting hurt on the set of Spider-Man. Oh, this must be new. Oh my God! Wait a minute. Hospitalized? Wait a whoa. Hold on. Let's okay. I guess we got an emergency impromptu news. Hold on. Let me put it up here. Um yo, rushed to the hospital after a botched stunt. Oh wow. Cracked his head? Okay. So it says here that it is believed he cracked his head. Yo, you don't just crack your head and will be treated for a concussion. Oh man. A woman thought to be a stunt double was also taken to the hospital. Oh man. Oh, that is messed up. Um yeah, they're probably gonna need to do an investigation on this. Yeah, somebody messed up. Somebody messed up. Patient was transported to the hospital for further care. Woof, man, man, don't man. Somebody has to pay. Somebody, y'all can't. It is someone's job to literally make sure any stunts, especially to your franchise player, all of that goes smoothly. And I mean smooth to the point where it's like you're not getting hurt. Somebody is taking that fall. Somebody better step up because Spider-Man is $1 billion. Okay, let me be clear. No, Tom Holland as Spider-Man is billions of dollars. Anyway, I hope he is better. I hope that he gets well. He said my man cracked his head. What? How you let Spider-Man crack his head? Oh my gosh. Oh man. Hey, thanks a lot, Dre. I appreciate you for that. Breaking news. Breaking news. JN, you're a little behind. We just got it. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh. Wow. I hope he gets better. I mean, yikes. Nelson, what you got? Russo brothers should do a countdown to Doomsday. I would not be surprised if they do that. I would not. The question is, when are they going to do it? When are they going to start it? Right? Because didn't they have one for Endgame? I think they had like a clock or something that was ticking down for Endgame. I think. I don't remember. But yeah, Doomsday Clock would make sense. Would be very practical. I would not be surprised if they get that going. All right, let's move on to some DC updates. Oh, we got a little something here from Matt Reeves, who is doing the Batman Part 2. And he wasn't really saying too much during these interviews. But one thing he did say was about the villain, because everybody's always interested in Batman because he is the moneymaker, and then the villains. And he said here, the villain of the Batman Part 2 has never really been done in a movie before. Well, that is good to hear, right? Because these are Batman's classic villains right here. We already had, unfortunately, a Catwoman movie. Oh, okay. Mr. Freeze, yeah, he was already, remember Arnold, yeah. Scarecrow was done. Two-Face was done. Poison Ivy, Shout out to Uma Thurman. Penguin. Well, we got two penguins now. We have Riddler. Yeah, Riddler was done. Jim Carrey. Yeah. Yeah. Joker definitely been overdone, right? So we do know that there is a Clayface movie coming out. So whether Batman faces Clayface, I don't know. He could, but I think based off of the first movie, it's got to be Hush, right? Like Hush has to be the best villain. He's one. I mean, first of all, the Hush comic book series is one of my favorite Batman stories in a long time. That totally could work. You do have, of course, also, if it's not Hush, but the thing is with Hush, it could work, but Hush is a long game type of play. Hush is a character that you have to intertwine so many different things in Batman's life that he's almost like an Avengers Endgame for Batman, because he was giving Batman problems. Okay, Batman was like, who is messing with me? Who is this? Right? So Hush would be nice later, I think. But I think based off of the last movie, the Court of Owls would be great, right? The Court of Owls is a nice little setup. It seems like something, but here's the problem with the Court of Owls right now. The Court of Owls, when you think about them as a character or as an opponent for Batman, if you do them too early, it kind of undermines the Court of Owls. Because the reason why the Court of Owls was so amazing in the comics is because they came out of nowhere decades into Batman stories, and Batman never knew. The man who knew Gotham from the inside out, he didn't know nothing about these Court of Owls. He didn't know that they existed. It was a whole secret society, and they knew him. They knew him. They was like, oh, what's up, Bruce? You done running around in that little bat costume? You good? So that in itself almost requires a seasoned veteran of a Batman in order to really amplify how dangerous the Court of Owls really is. So as much as I'd love to see the Court of Owls or even Hush, I feel like if you put them in now, because keep in mind, this Batman, he's only like 1 or 2 years into the game. Maybe they fast forward a couple years beyond that. But to me, you would need like a Court of Owls to work with, like, think of like the Christopher Nolan Batman, but like even after that, right? Way after everything with Bane and all of that. That's the kind of Batman that would deal with the Court of Owls and be like, what? I've been flying down these streets in my cape and stuff all these years, and y'all been downstairs the whole time? That's where you need a Court of Owls, right? But anyway, so hopefully they don't do that. Batman does have a lot of other villains that they could go with. I mean, Clayface is fine, I guess. Wrath, maybe. Okay, but anyway, we'll have to wait and see where they go. Right now, I trust Matt Reeves. He's been pretty good with stuff overall. Speaking of him, he also had this to say, which was, we're in discussions on doing season 2 of The Penguin. He says, we'll see what happens. So we had this discussion a while back, and it was about whether or not they should even do a Penguin season 2. Now, Penguin season 2 was phenomenal. Like, I am so mad that I waited so late to get on it. That should have been a show we were covering every week. That I dropped the ball on that. I messed that up. Colin Farrell was fantastic. Just the whole cast was like really good. Story was good. I I'm very nervous about them trying to do a season 2 when, again, y'all didn't have a plan to do season 2. I hate it when like something is genuine and it comes from an authentic place, and it's only because of the success, the financial success, whatever, that they're like, oh, maybe we should do a season 2. I'm like, listen, if y'all didn't have a plan for it, it might come off as a cash grab. It might feel inauthentic. It might feel forced. And I don't want that for the great property that was the Penguin, right? So I've already told y'all my idea for another season. I don't think that it should be Penguin. I think that another season should highlight or emphasize another Batman villain. And maybe you tease the villain in the Batman Part 2, and then you make that another spinoff. And I would like for kind of like an anthology series. I think that would be I think that would be more beneficial. And, if you really want to milk something, just have the Penguin kind of show up, right? Have some of them cross over a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna post that video soon of my pitch for the next season they should do. I think we talked about it a while ago, so I made a reel for that. I'm gonna post that soon. But yeah, I don't think they should do a season 2. I don't think it was a great season 1. You don't need a season 2. I don't want them to try to top the next one and force it. Just like, man, it was great the way it was. But we'll see. Y'all let me know if you want a season 2 or not, or if they should do something else. Last but not least, James Gunn has been talking about doing a sequel to Superman. He's calling it Man of Tomorrow. And he did give a little bit more of a description this time, where he says here that Man of Tomorrow is a Lex Luthor and Superman movie. He says it's a story about Lex Luthor and Superman having to work together in a certain degree against a much, much bigger threat. Now I'm interested. Now, I think my knee jerk reaction is, oh, you about to have Brainiac show up. And Brainiac is going to give Superman problems. And the only way he's going to be able to, free Lex is if Lex helps to save the planet. And this, by the way, could be because, Lex is obviously going to jail for all the things that he did. But I could totally see him getting pardoned, or he could be freed up, or this could be the way he proves to the world that he is actually trying to save the world from all these metahumans. And people might be like, yeah, Lex was right. Lex wanted to make Earth great again, right? So I would not be surprised if this was a setup for that. Now, the much bigger threat, yeah, Brainiac, maybe. I could see that being the case. But what I'd really love, I would love this. I don't know if James Gunn is bold enough to do this yet. But I would love, if y'all remember, what was the game? Oh, was it DC Crisis? It was like a PC DC Universe game. And this thing had one of the best DC intros for a video game I've seen in a long time. And it showed all the heroes all at war, and everybody was fighting each other, and it was just chaos. And like the last person that was like alive was Lex Luthor, and he ended up finding a way to travel to another universe to ask for the Justice League's help and all this stuff. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, man, if we could find a way to have Lex, because we already know he knows multiverses, right? He has that pocket universe or whatever. So, yeah, I don't know if that was DC Universe, if it was DC Universe Online, whatever it was. Look it up. It was fantastic. DC Universe Online, okay. I loved it. It was fantastic. Great little intro story. But if he could tap into something like that, tap into the multiverse a little bit there, because DC hasn't really done that. I think that'd be cool. That will finally open up some of the promises that he had kind of made, which was, oh yeah, we'll have something for Henry Cavill later. Oh yeah, we'll have something for Gal Gadot later. Maybe that's where that leads to. So maybe this is a multiversal threat, right? I don't know. But anyway, y'all let me know. What do you think James Gunn is talking about with Man of Tomorrow? What do you guys think about Matt Reeves and what he's trying to do? Feel free to let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right. Let's see. Next up, let's talk about The Rock. The Rock currently has a movie that's about to come out, The Smashing Machine. Actually, I see that sometime next week, I think. So I'll be watching that, and that's where he takes on the role of UFC fighter Mark Kerr. And The Rock, of course, you guys already know, my man will eat 1,000 French toasts and drink some tequila and go work out 10 times a day, right? Like that's like what he just does. So jumping into that role clearly was something that I thought was a smooth transition for him, but he also had expressed how he wanted to make sure that he was doing more dramatic roles, more serious roles, and really kind of turn up the notch a little bit in terms of his acting choices. Now, I don't know if that's because of box offices not having the same kind of returns. I don't know if it's from past criticisms. Now, he says basically that it's a matter of he wants to challenge himself, and that's fine, but listen, the internet streets have been talking for a long time. We've seen how Dave Bautista came onto the scene and he started taking more dramatic roles. He started making comments out there saying, "Yo, I want to be a better actor and stuff like that." We've seen John Cena be terrible at first and progress as an actor once he found his lane. We're now doing maybe like the action comedy Peacemaker type stuff. It really does work for him, and he's doing a really good job with that. So, The Rock used to be the only main guy out there that was a wrestler turned actor. And now, listen, you look over your shoulders, your competition getting a little stiff. You got Batista over there doing his thing. You got John Cena, you can't see him, but he's doing something over there. The Rock getting passed up. So I understand how maybe, just maybe, those things might influence his decision to get a little bit more serious. So he has, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there have been images lately of The Rock going around during TIFF, I believe, the Toronto International Film Festival, where my man's been getting a little. He's been getting a little out there, right? And a lot of people were just starting to ask questions. It was like, wait a minute. Rock's like 50 some years old, big guy, like 300 something plus pounds, but over here, looking a little lighter. You go from boulders to pebbles. Like what's happening, right? So now I think first concern I immediately have at this point in our juncture in society, I'm wondering, brother, are you okay? Because we have seen actors in the past who would lose all this weight, but they were doing it for a role. Well, everyone can't be, Christian Bale. Everyone's not doing that. Everybody's not going to be 50 Cent, lose all this weight for a movie ain't nobody going to watch. That's not really a thing as much. However, we've also seen, unfortunately, people like Chadwick Boseman who lost a lot of weight, We assumed it was for a movie role. And then, of course, later on, we find out it was worse than that. So my first concern is always like, yo, brother, are you okay? Because we can't lose The Rock. Like, I can't do it. My heart can't take that. Okay. But it turns out he did address his weight loss and what was going on. And he explained it in this interview here. It says here, Johnson, 53, explained that he's been losing weight for an upcoming film called Lizard Music. He described his character as a very whimsical and eccentric 70-something-year-old man called the Chicken Man, and his best friend is a 70-something-year-old chicken. He joked that in preparation for the role, he's been eating less chicken. He says, I'm so excited because I get a chance to hopefully transform again like I was able to do in Smashing Machine. He said at TIFF, says he can't wait. This is me slimmed down, Johnson said. In the process of slimming down, I still have a long ways to go. So he's trying to get slimmer than this. Let me read this Chicken Man thing again, because I like. Okay, he will star as Chicken Man in Lizard Music, and this is also directed by Benny Safdie. Safdie. The film follows a young boy who finds a secret late night broadcast of lizards playing out otherworldly music that opens a hidden door to the whimsical Chicken Man. Now, couple of things. I totally respect The Rock trying to take on the challenge of better roles and more dramatic roles so he can be viewed more seriously. I respect that. I respect the fact that he's willing to take some risks. But the question that I have is, where are your friends? Where is your family? Because from either one of those descriptions, unless you read this and other people read this script and were like, yo, this right here is Oscar material. This right here is about to get me an Academy Award. If nobody in that circle, and I would also say outside the circle too, if nobody is saying that, what are you doing? For the Chicken Man? One of The Rock's best assets is his physique, right? He's used his physique, and listen, nobody expects The Rock to do a whole bunch of crazy acting and stuff. That's okay. We have lowered our expectations. We understand you're going to be the big beefy guy in the suit. You're going to do something funny with Kevin Hart. We get it. You about to risk your best asset for the Chicken Man? The Chicken Man. Have y'all ever read The Chicken Man? I'm sorry. Have y'all read Lizard Music? Is it like, maybe I missed it. Maybe I missed it in kindergarten. Maybe I didn't see it. I don't know. Was this like a beloved book? Is this like a bestseller? I've never heard of this. I've never heard of it. Like, I can see if this is something like, man, this is like, I don't know, Peter Pan. This is something that, is an instant classic, and somebody like the Chicken Man. Do you know how hard it is? Listen, juice or not, it is still hard to gain massive amounts of muscle, especially the older you get. You 53 years old. Now, if you was in your 20s and your 30s, I could see it, right? I mean, listen, we just saw Hugh Jackman with all the training in the world and all that. My man got back into shape to play Wolverine. But he didn't sit here and lose all this weight just to get back all that muscle. He didn't do that. He just got retoned up. You know, Rock is losing a lot of weight, a lot of muscle. That's hard. Your body is already fighting you to get rid of half of that muscle as you get older. It's even harder to keep it. And you gonna risk this for the chicken, man? We saw what happened with 50 Cent. We saw what happened. 50, he thought he was gonna do something with that movie role when he was lost all that weight. Y'all remember 50? Hold on. 50 Cent weight loss movie. I know y'all don't remember this. What was this called? Hold on. What was it? Y'all remember this? All Things Fall Apart. Why didn't y'all watch this movie? It's on Tubi for free. Why didn't y'all watch this? Y'all could go watch it right now. Yeah, it got a 5.4 on IMDb. Y'all remember this man thought he was going to win something for this? And nothing. For what? Just listen, I hope that this Lizard music is going to be amazing. I hope that this is the best thing that we just underestimated. I hope for The Rock, his health, and his career that this is worth it. I hope it is. I wish him the best. Anyway, y'all let me know, how do you feel about The Rock's explanation for his weight loss, and how excited are you for Lizard music and to see the Chicken Man? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Whew. Yikes. Natalie, what you got? We talk him yet? Just left hanging with my neighbor. Ooh, what neighbor you hanging with? Does your boyfriend know about this neighbor, or is the neighbor your new boyfriend? Natalie, you know you be putting your business out there, so now we gotta know. We all be curious about the whole dating scene, ma'am. We all curious now. No, we have not talked about him. We will get to that a little bit later. But no, we have not gotten there yet. We're gonna talk about that neighbor though. Mm-hmm. Did they do you right? Did they take you out right? Did they do things properly? Let us know. Just make sure that let us know. It's all good. All right. Jordan, today's my birthday. I'm 25 today. Hey, Jordan, happy birthday to you. Congratulations. You are now, in my opinion, officially an adult. Okay. I know 18 is the official. I say 25 is when you become an adult, because that's when the front part of your brain supposedly has fully developed, and now you can foresee and think about things in the future, so that your actions, you know, the potential consequences and the risks, and you can make the assessments. You are a fully grown adult. Congratulations. Welcome to aging. No, for real though, enjoy yourself. I hope you have a great birthday. Celebrate, don't do nothing crazy, and have a blast. Thank you so much for watching and being here and supporting the channel as well. Nelson, 50 Cent is playing Balrog in the Street Fighter movie. Yes, he is. We have talked about that, and yes, we have had some thought. Oh, fun fact. When I was coming back from my Vegas trip, right? So coming back from the fight, I'm at the airport. I'm rushing. I'm trying to get to my gate or whatever. And I see like this big dude, like just this big swole dude, black dude walking, and they're kind of like I'm walking this way, and then it's like a bunch of guys just walking this way. And like it's like this one big guy with a backpack, and I'm just like, oh, okay. Like I'll just wait, and I'll just let them, kind of go pass or whatever. So it's like one big dude pass, then it was like another big dude, then it was like a regular dude. Then I see like a bunch of other dudes. It was like maybe 6 or 7 of them in total. Then I see this one guy in like a gray jumpsuit, no beard, no nothing. And he just kind of looks at me. And I was like, that's 50 Cent. And then he went to his gate and that was it. I mean, I didn't have time to like talk to him, stop. He was clearly in a hurry trying to get to his gate. But I was like, that's 50 Cent. Oh, okay. He's taller. He's a lot taller than I thought he would be. I always thought he was short. I think he's about 6 feet. But yeah, he had his hat on, so I couldn't see. But like, yes, he has transformed for Balrog, and you know what? I still don't know what to do with this Street Fighter movie. I don't know if it's gonna be good. I don't know if it's worth watching. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm still scarred from the live action movie from the 90s. Like, I'm like, do y'all think that because that was a joke, y'all got to keep the joke going? Like, I don't know. I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see. But thank you, Nelson. I appreciate you. Let's see. Natalie, the neighbor is my friend, old coworker, Tiffany. Okay. All right. Hey, did Tiffany watch the show? Tell Tiffany she need to watch the show. Hey, not on the same computer. I need the extra view. So I want the count to go up. Tell her to go get on her phone and play that. And then y'all can watch at the same time. Do that. Do that. What else you got, Natalie? And recast my boyfriend knew my plans after church. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Great. As long as he knows. Listen, communication is one of the most important things in any relationship. Good. I'm proud of y'all. All right. Let's move on. We have these are his confessions. So we have a little bit of a confession for Deadpool. I don't know if you guys knew this, but there was I don't know if this was a crime. I don't know if it was a faux pas, little bad thing that happened. But back in like 2014, we had all seen like on the internet collectively this leaked footage of the Deadpool movie. Now, this was like a test screening, it was test footage. And it was that opening scene, right? Where he's like, where's Francis? And he was drawing and stuff and he jumps down in the car and all that. And listen, when we saw the leak footage, everybody was like, yo, I might not know who Deadpool is, but I definitely want to see this movie. This looks cool. It's funny. It was Ryan Reynolds, like in the suit and all that. We was like, yo, this is great. But the question was, despite how great it was, despite the success Deadpool later had and all that, who leaked the footage? Now, of course, the prime suspect was Ryan Reynolds, right? Ryan Reynolds, we kind of suspect he was suspect number one because, obviously he was a big Deadpool fan. Obviously, he wanted this to happen. But at that time, it was very risky with Fox, because everything was PG at that time. And you can't have a PG-13 Deadpool. It doesn't feel right? So, the eyes were always on him as being the leaker, and he's denied it, right? Now, he would joke about it. He'd be like, maybe did I? He'd play around. But now we know who the true culprit is. After almost 11 years, it has finally been revealed who actually leaked the Deadpool footage. And it is none other. You probably never even get this. You'll never guess it. Yeah, it was Ryan. Yeah. It was Ryan. It was Ryan. He says in this new interview here, yes, I cheated a little, but I think I was on to something that people would be interested in. And I'm grateful that I listened to that instinct, and I'm grateful that I did the wrong thing in that moment. He goes on to say, I'd shot test footage for it a couple years before, and the studio just didn't want anything to do with it. And he noted that the studio was hesitant to back an R-rated superhero movie, given the genre's usual family-friendly appeal. And he says, and Deadpool's, he's a fringe character. People didn't really know who he was, and I loved him. I was obsessed with it because I loved that he knew he was in a comic book movie. It was kind of meta, it was kind of new, but the test footage existed, and it really was a case study of how this could work, and they just wouldn't do anything with it. Man, oh man. Thank you, Ryan Reynolds. Thank you. That's all. That's all. Like, first of all, I love the fact that he waited what, one, two, three movies, a couple $1 billion later to be like, it was me. I mean, sir, we knew. We all knew, right? That should have been a running joke that he should have kept all the way to the end. Like, I feel like that would have been something where, when he reaches the age of 99 and he, passes away and he leaves like a living will or something and was like, oh, by the way, that Deadpool foot, I did it. Like, I feel like that would have been something Ryan Reynolds would do in the future, but it's fine. We got the confession now, but I love where he was coming from with this. I love the fact that, yes, he had a strong inclination that this is something good. This is something that can work, and he trusted it and he went with it, because sometimes you do have to take risks, right? Sometimes Hollywood, as we've seen, will be hesitant to take risks. He just talked about how Hollywood, or the studios at that time, they were hesitant of doing a rated R comic book movie. Why? Because most of the other ones were family friendly, PG-13. Well, when you take a risk and you try something, you might be successful. Kind of like what happens when you do stuff with Black movies and filmmakers. You just take a risk with something like Black Panther. Remember how they didn't want to do it? Yeah, we remember you, Nelson Peltz. We remember that, Ike Perlmutter, how you didn't want to have a Black Panther or a Captain Marvel. Now, you might have been right with Captain Marvel, but we're going to stick on Black Panther. Now, remember how you didn't want Black Panther? You was like, what are all these blacks going to do in the movie? What are they going to do? What are we going to do with this? Yeah, you only going to make $1.3 billion. That's all. Nothing crazy. Remember that? You got Into the Spider-Verse. You know what I'm saying? You got Sinners. Like, you allow Black creators to create, we will make magic. Okay? They will make magic. And Ryan Reynolds was ahead of the curve at the time, and he was right. Mainly because, and I've said this as well, Marvel, listen up, because y'all be playing sometimes with this, and I'm glad they're starting to wake up. The audience that you have cultivated has grown up. It's growing up. Unlike something like Star Wars, right? Star Wars, George Lucas said, yo, this is for 12-year-olds. It should always be for 12-year-olds. Fine. Keep it remedial if you want to. Marvel doesn't have to do that. Marvel can always make little cartoons. It can always make little TV shows. But the movies, you can also grow up with the movies as well, because your audience has grown up. That little teenager that watched the first Iron Man movie in 2008, it's 2025. That kid probably has a family now, right? Like, they are probably married with kids. They've grown up. You can grow up with them too. That is all right. Okay. So I do like them, and at least they're making some moves. They gave us Deadpool and Wolverine, which only made another $1 billion. So Ryan Reynolds was also right again. They're giving us Marvel Zombies, but we'll talk about that later. So yeah, all they got to do now is just cross over and give us that Black character with the rated R and have Blade. That would be next. That would be next. But anyway, Ryan Reynolds finally confesses to the crime that everyone was already suspicious of. But I thank him for his bravery for this confession. So anyway, you guys let me know, what do you think about Ryan Reynolds' confession? Feel free to let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Natalie, I don't be kissing people in the streets like Mackie. Let that man live. Let that man live. Okay. Whoever that was, let that man live his life how he wishes to live it. Okay. Let him do that. Oh my God. Magic, what is it? If there was an R. Kelly biopic, who would you want to direct it, and who can you see play R. Kelly? Um, so I don't know. I maybe for an actor, maybe Trevante Rhodes, maybe. But just to be honest with you, like given the revelations of R. Kelly, like I have done my best to put him out of my mind, right? Like I know the difficulty because I was a fan of the music. I had like almost all of his albums downloaded. Like I love the music. I'm never going to take away the fact that he was a genius, but given the things that he was convicted for, accused of, and just given the personal stories that I know of him, because this man was like down the street from my high school, right? It has tainted everything for me. It's tainted. It's like when I know that the true inspiration for this or that song was based off of that illegal activity, I don't want to think about you. Like, I don't want to think about that song no more. I don't want to think about like that information was stuff that it messes everything up. So honestly, I wouldn't care about an R. Kelly biopic. I wouldn't want to watch it. For what? There's nothing I would even want to see replicated in that movie. It's disgusting to me. So I'm good. I'm good, man. I can't even think about it, to be honest with you. Howard, obviously Trey Songz should play R. Kelly. Oh, okay. I don't know if he can act or not, but if that's what y'all want to see, go for it. All right. What should we talk about next? Okay, let's go a little bit into Marvel Zombies. Let's talk about Blade. So we already went through the reaction for, I watched the trailer with you guys the first time. Loved it, right? Trailer was amazing. Blew my mind that we actually got a Blade mixed with Moon Knight, like that was yes, right? Now, heads up, I have seen all 4 episodes of Marvel Zombies. I'm gonna try and keep a straight face. Because the embargo, I believe, is tomorrow. So I can't express to you my feelings on the series until tomorrow. And then I want to say the review embargo lifts the day after. So if you are interested in how I feel about the 4 episodes of Marvel Zombies, make sure you're following me on the social medias, because that's where I will post my reaction and how I felt about the series. Obviously, I won't spoil anything, but I did feel a lot of things. Yes, there was a lot of things that I felt during that series. So I'll leave it at that. Anyway, we do have an interview, and this is from I believe it was from Brad Winderbaum, Mr. Number 2 at Marvel. He's in charge of all the Marvel TV stuff, and he had commented on the introduction of Blade in Marvel Zombies, because we ain't got no Blade, right? Like, how you gonna sit here and introduce a character that we have not even seen in the MCU? Like, literally, we have not seen him. Literally, we have only heard of him. We've heard his voice at the end of Eternals, and that's it. That's it. So the question he was, asked about was like, yo, how did that work? Right? Because usually if they're going to introduce certain characters, or if they're going to do certain things with certain people, they will introduce them in the movie first, and then, we could branch off and see them in other properties later. So Brad Winderbaum did address this in this interview, and he said, we never in a million years thought that the zombie show would precede a live action Blade. We developed this show believing there would be a Blade movie out well before Zombies. I don't think that landed the way he thought it would land. I don't think he really that. In other words, we at Marvel TV never would have thought that when we had a plan for Blade 5 years out, that we'd still be in the position where Blade from Marvel Studios had still never been made. You could not believe that the studio would be dragging their feet on Blade for this long. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. He's not saying it, but that's what I'm hearing. We would never believe that. I'm just saying, like, y'all also had a choice. Now, I'm thankful that they included Blade in this. I'm very happy for it. I don't care if Blade comes in the animated and then he comes into live action, or he comes into live action. I don't care. Just give me the characters, right? But hey, Brad, you can't believe it. I can't believe it. You, me, same. Okay? Because we are all in the same boat. We all can't believe that we still have not gotten a live action Blade to this day. To this day. Anywho, let me get back to the interview. So, he says, the fact this is the first Blade in the MCU on screen is really just kind of a surprising privilege to us. And that's one of the reasons why we made him the Fist of Khonshu, was that they were discovering Blade in the live action side, and we knew that we could end up having to pivot if we tried to hew close to what they were creating in live action. So by making him a version of Moon Knight, we were able to kind of create something original and have a little bit more freedom with the character. So in other words, this is almost like if we never got T'Challa the Black Panther, and Marvel's, What If series or whatever was like, hey, here's Star-Lord T'Challa. That would definitely be backwards. I mean, an original character doing something different, but it's like, wait, you gonna give us the T'Challa Star-Lord before the actual T'Challa Black Panther? A little backwards. I'm also questioning, how did this move forward? Because my question would have been like, what did Kevin Feige say? Like, why did Kevin say, hey, I know we're still, golly, what are y'all trying to figure out about Blade? What? Oh my God. Like, I'm just now thinking about, what is there to figure out? He said this. I just read it. They were discovering Blade in the live action side. What is there to discover about a black man that's a half vampire, half human? What is there to discover? Y'all don't know who Blade is? Y'all don't. Oh my gosh. You know why this is frustrating? You know why this is frustrating? Because y'all made Guardians of the Galaxy. Y'all made a property that no one knew about, no one cared about, and y'all made them with like 3 movies. Y'all went out of your way to find obscure characters like the Eternals and made them a whole movie. So when I see you struggling with a well-known character like Blade, it's getting frustrating. It's extremely frustrating. What is there to figure out? What is there to still discover? The man walks by day and kills vampires and takes out mofos that try to skate uphill. Like, what else do you need? Like, I'm trying to rack my mind to see, is there another character that's more complicated that would require this much time? The closest I could think of is maybe the X-Men, right? Like the X-Men, I totally understand. Yeah, you know what? We got to really make sure we get the X-Men right. We got to make sure the history is good. We got to make sure the universe works. That makes sense. You don't want to just be like, ha, here are the X-Men. I get that. But Blade, the Negro that kills vampires, that's it. That's it. I'm sorry. Like, to my press, journalists, media friends out there, you guys are being incredibly too passive with this. Y'all need to put some pressure on Marvel. Y'all need to ask them the harder questions. I know some have already done that. Shout out to Sharonda at Pay Her Weight. She already did press it. Like, y'all need to really say, you gave us Eternals. You gave us Guardians of the Galaxy. You've given us more obscure characters. And because I don't want to hear, oh, well, this character was so special. You gave us Deadpool and Wolverine. Why is Blade so difficult? Or why is Blade not a top priority when Sinners, Into the Spider-Verse, and Black Panther all exist? If you told me, man, we need about a year or two, cool. It's been since 2018. 7 years for a basic character with low expectations, but high anticipation. And then, to put more salt in this, it says here, while Winterbaum did not explicitly confirm that Marvel Zombies would have once featured Mahershala Ali's Blade, instead, the veteran voice actor Todd Williams ends up voicing Blade. Now that what you not asking him that question for? Hey, Brad, was Mahershala Ali ever even considered to voice? At least he's already voiced in Eternals. Was he at least considered? Are y'all even on speaking terms? Has anyone from Marvel talked to Mahershala? Because every time he gets interviewed, he be like, go talk to them. It sounds like he's out the loop. Where are these questions? Why is no one asking these questions? But hey, shout out to Todd Williams, because brother had me fooled. He must be a veteran, because I was like, Whole time. I was like, y'all sure that's not Mahershala? That sounds like Mahershala. It sounded just like him. He must have done his homework or something. Anyway, y'all let me know. What do you think about all these reasons that we were given as to why Blade came through? Hey, they were able to make him an original character. They were able to do something different with him. Uh, what do you think about Winterbaum's comments? Feel free to let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right. All right, Riga, I'm gonna get to that. I'll get to your comment when we get to that topic. Robert, what you got? Hey man, replay gang here for tonight, but can you do a quick review on 40 Acres or point me to where your review is if you've done it already? I have not seen that movie yet. I haven't received like any screeners for it. I might get it maybe during award season. Sometimes during award season, I get like a bunch of stuff come to me, or I get access to a bunch of things. So that's not a movie, unfortunately, that have been made available to me. I don't even know if it's in theaters. I'm just being honest with you. I don't know. But if I do come across it and I do, excuse me, and I do review it, I'll definitely let you know for sure. Thank you so much. Or you can also check themovieblog.com. I haven't written anything about it yet, but that is usually where, if I don't have time to do a video review, like I'll usually write something on themovieblog.com. But thank you for that. Now, it is on my radar. I just, no emails, no studios, no screeners. I don't need nothing. Just nothing. Anthony, what comes out first, Blade or GTA 6? GTA. That I honestly, I really think it'll be GTA 6 at this point. I don't think we're going to get another Blade. I don't think we're going to get a Blade movie for another 3 years minimum. Minimum at that point. And for as much as I've always been a advocate for keeping Mahershala on board, at this point, I feel like it might be time to move on. It might be time, because if y'all gonna wait till 2028 and that's when you want to start doing a Blade movie, like, yeah, I don't know. Buzz, what do you mean? How did the MCU change Tiana Paris, Monica Rambeau, Captain Marvel, become Brie Larson? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, Buzz, what do you mean? How did they change her to become Brie Larson? Are you saying like she's the new Captain Marvel or something? I don't know. Help me out, bro. Help me out. Help me out on what you mean by that. But thank you. Let's see. D Blade would have done better than Fantastic Four. Absolutely. First of all, whenever Blade comes out, I'm automatically watching this thing twice. Like, I'm going to the theaters, definitely a watch party. Like, it's happening, right? It's happening. Please have a competent director. Please do not. Man, when I say, I'll be so mad if they make this movie like just booty cheeks. Like, no, thank you. Don't make us wait for crap. Like, if you're gonna wait this long, this bet that y'all don't understand. Marvel is putting more pressure on themselves the longer they take to make this movie. Because now I'm sitting here thinking, like, okay, you done got me sitting here waiting for years. This better be the best movie I've ever seen in my life. It has to be now. Anyway. Ha, 60 plus. Too bad we can't boycott Marvel like we did Target. I mean, we'll talk about that. We will talk about that. Maybe you can. Maybe you can. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Let's move on. Um, oh, okay. I think I got only a couple other topics. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next couple topics are we got to talk about Black Panther. Then we're going to talk about Marlon Wayans. I'll give you the him review. And then we'll talk about Jimmy Kimmel. All right. So let's talk about Black. Wait, there we go. Let's talk about the Black Silent Panther. So, for those of you that did not know, in the Marvel Zombies trailer, we do see that um, T'Challa, his Black Panther, is a continuation from what happened in the What If series, right? That is the same character that we will see in Marvel Zombies will appear. However, what a lot of people have also noticed was that there was basically a change or a certain aspect of his character that some people probably didn't anticipate. So, this change in his character definitely has people talking, and we're going to talk about it. So, let's kind of go through what they did and why they did it. So, first of all, of course, let me just preface this for I don't know who wouldn't know this by now, but um, Chadwick Boseman, who had portrayed the character of T'Challa, passed away. And ever since then, Marvel made the decision to not recast the character. If you're new to my channel, for whatever reason, I have had respectable and vehement disagreements with the decision. Again, I understand why they want to do it. I just disagree with the idea of not recasting, especially and I do not put any timetables. I am not someone that says you should recast right here, right now. No. It's fine if you want to take time, but I always push back against the idea of indefinitely benching the character. I think that is harmful. I think that it is not respectful to the legacy of Chadwick Boseman. And I think that it harms Black representation more than some people believe that it helps. So if you're ever curious about that, feel free to watch any of my videos about Recast T'Challa. I'm sure I go on a whole spiel about it there. But we do come fast forward into the Marvel Zombies. And again, like I said, the producers and the director made a specific choice with this character that some people may have issues with or not. So let me go to the interview, to the article. It says here the producers in the story decided to have Peter Parker narrate a scene featuring T'Challa in a non-speaking role. So, what does that mean? When you're watching this episode where T'Challa is featured, because there are a lot of characters in this, by the way. Let me just make that clear. This isn't like a small story for this Marvel Zombies event. It has to do with a bunch of different Marvel characters. So T'Challa has a story in this, just like other people have a story. They have decided to have T'Challa not speak in this series. They have decided to have Peter Parker narrate a story about something T'Challa does, right? Or the adventures that they have, whatever, however you want to put it. And obviously, because I've already seen it, I'm trying not to spoil anything. But the main thing that you need to know is that T'Challa does not speak. You don't hear Chadwick Boseman's voice. You do not hear another actor speaking for T'Challa. That's basically what they want to communicate with this. So Brian Andrews, who is the director, he was the director of What If, and he was also the director of the Marvel Zombies. He gives an answer here as well. Now, let me also just point something out too. I had a chance to interview Brian Andrews about What If a while back. Him and the writer, AC, I forget her last name. Both of them had the privilege to work with Chadwick Boseman before he passed away, like in his final speaking roles. They spoke very highly of him. They talked about how dedicated he was. They were the ones that made it clear that Chadwick wanted other people. AC Bradley, thank you. They were the ones that made it. They communicated that Chadwick wanted other people to see more of T'Challa, right? So they were very respectful, honorable to Chadwick while they worked with him, and they really wanted to make sure that they did right by Chadwick. So I'm just letting y'all know they are pro Chadwick. That's their stated positions, in a way. All right, now let's go into why they made that decision to do what they did. Andrew says, yeah, for all the reasons you laid out, that's why we chose to have Peter Parker narrate that moment. Now, the reasons he's talking about is basically while watching Marvel Zombies, there are a lot of emotional moments, right? So this is from one of the reporters that saw it. She said that there was a lot of emotional moments in the series, and he says, yeah, for all those reasons you laid out, that's why we chose to have Peter narrate that moment. We didn't have Chadwick. If we had Chadwick, it would have been completely different choices. If we had Chadwick, he would have had his own Star-Lord T'Challa spinoff show long before we did the zombie thing. But being able to revisit his character in that way, the way it plays out, it was another way to be with him in some strange way, even though there were no words. You know what I mean? It's still Chadwick's Black Panther, and that's rad. Or for you young kids, that means radical. Or cool, dope, good. Yeah. Now, Brad Winderbaum, remember, he's the number 2 at Marvel. He chimed in as well. And this is where things get interesting. Winderbaum says, and we actually showed an early animatic to Ryan Coogler to get his notes. And he had some great ideas in that sequence that were really additive. So, what did we learn? 1, they've already kind of talked about this before, that we could have had a Star-Lord spinoff with T'Challa if Chadwick were still around. Again, Chadwick, according to both AC Bradley, the writer, and Brian Andrews, Chadwick really wanted to make sure that people really saw more of T'Challa in different ways. But in a similar fashion that we've heard from in other ways, we've also heard this when we talked about Bo DeMayo, right? The showrunner for X-Men 97. One of the reasons why we did not get a T'Challa Black Panther in X-Men 97 is because while consulting with Marvel, specifically with Ryan Coogler, it was just a battle that he just could not win. And he had to pivot and use T'Chaka instead. And if you read all of Bo DeMayo's comments and stuff, he had to back down because it was too emotional at that time. It was too much it was too emotional, and they couldn't do it. So one thing we don't know specifically what those notes were that Ryan Coogler asked or gave to Brian Andrews and Brad Winderbaum about T'Challa's portrayal or whatever. We don't know if he's the one that said, hey, keep him silent. We don't know if he's the one that gave them the ideas for that scene. We don't know that yet. I know some people are going to speculate about it, and they might not be wrong. But we do know one way or another, Ryan Coogler is involved with whatever you see or not hear about T'Challa in the upcoming Marvel Zombies. So, like I said, I can't talk about it until we get there. Next week, next Friday, of course, I will be more than happy because everybody will have seen Marvel Zombies by then. I believe it comes out September. I think it comes out September 24th. So it comes out on Wednesday. So you do have time to see it by that time. Oh, and by the way, I need to shout this. I need to point this out too. I really want them to stop this. This author says, if Marvel had recast the late actor for Marvel Zombies, there likely would have been a lot of criticism from fans with the recasting being seen as disrespectful to Boseman. Please stop this. Please stop this. This is feeding into nonsense. This is like one of those things where you see certain politicians, they try to speak for people before people even think or feel a certain way. That is nonsense. I hate it when people do that. I hate it when you say, like, I don't know. If you give people universal health care, they might be really mad. They might take to the streets. You don't know that. Be quiet. Stop putting this nonsense out there. Because last I checked, yes, I agree. A lot of people were in their feelings at the time of Boseman's passing. And a lot of people didn't have the processing ability because they were emotionally dealing with stuff to understand in the future that, yes, actually, recasting is not disrespectful because it's never been disrespectful. And we need to stop that myth. I've been doing this for 3 years now. Stop thinking recasting is disrespectful. It is not. There's not one instance where that is disrespectful. But at this point, I've seen multiple times people have been like, ever since Wakanda Forever, people was like, actually, maybe y'all should have recast. Maybe it wasn't all. Maybe a recast wasn't a bad idea. Cause ain't nobody really checking for no Tucson T'Challa Jr. Ain't nobody checking for that. Anyway, y'all let me know. What do you think about the silent Black Panther in the comments down below? All right. All right. Wait, what? Tyra, according to TikTok, we're not gonna be able to see Marvel Zombies because the rapture is supposed to happen on the 23rd. Ma'am, I rebuke that. Okay, I rebuke that in the name of sweet baby Jesus, and definitely not around my birthday. No, all of that. No, we not. Nuh-uh, not now. No thanks. Not happening. Listen, tell them to wait. Okay, give me a week. Tell them to wait, please. All right, let's move on. Man. Listen, I didn't want to have to do this, but y'all know, as a film critic, that this is my job. This is what I do. I've been doing this since 2013. Right? I'm a seasoned vet in this game. And I have to address some things with Marlon Wayans because he was coming at critics. Now, before we do this, before we address his address to critics and stuff, He also said something else in an interview that I wanted to point out. And he said here it was actually about Scary Movie 6. Now, for those of you that know, the Scary Movie franchises from the franchise from the Wayans, good stuff, right? What they do is they take a bunch of horror movies, they make a parody out of it, and then that's the movie. Fine, funny, good stuff here and there, right? So for Scary Movie 6, he has talked about the movies that he would like to spoof, right? So he says here, this is the list of the movies he wants to spoof. It includes Nope, Heretic, Sinners, Long Legs, Get Out, and I Know What You Did Last Summer. Now, here's the thing. And I wanted to address this because I care about these movies because I feel like the scary movies definitely did a very good job in the beginning to make fun of a lot of these horror movies that we enjoyed and so on and so forth. First of all, Nope, in my opinion, should not be on this list. It's probably better when you make a parody of a movie that that was very successful and a lot of people liked, right? When you look at the first scary movie, what was it? It was based off of Scream, right? It was based off of those movies because Scream was very popular when it came out. It made sense. Nope does not make sense to be one of those movies that you want to make a parody out of. Heretic, now I watched Heretic. I liked Heretic. I don't think a lot of people saw Heretic. That should not be a movie you should want to spoof at all. To take both of those off your list. Now, you could have replaced Nope with Us. Us would have been interesting because it is visually recognizable, right? Just get a bunch of people in some red jumpsuits. That's fine, right? People automatically would have understood, oh, that's the movie you're talking about, right? But that's kind of the problem. You got to have movies that people automatically, most people will be like, that's what that is. They made a spoof with The Exorcist. Everybody knows something about The Exorcist, right? Sinners, perfect. Sinners is a perfect movie to do a spoof from. Why? Because people were already doing spoofs online anyway. Same for Get Out. People were doing spoofs on Get Out. Y'all remember the Get Out challenge when people was just running? You know, people was running and stuff. Yes, perfect. Long Legs. Listen, I know Nick Cage look weird. I get it. But like, that ain't it. Long Legs is not it. Y'all could have moved. No. I Know What You Did Last Summer. Why are we going back that far? 20 years? Nah, man. Like, bro, don't. I mean, I know they just did a reboot, but did y'all watch the reboot? I didn't watch it. I didn't know. Okay, see, y'all smart. Barbarian, Weapons, A Quiet Place. Now we could get into that's what you do. That's what you go ahead and do. You go do those more successful movies that people will be like, oh, okay, they're making fun of this, they're making fun of that. Come on now, Marlon. Come on, man. Come on, brother. All right. Anyway, the reason why I wanted to address Marlon was because, listen, I'm sitting here minding my own business. I'm just chilling. And then all of a sudden I see this man go on Facebook and he posting about critics. I'm like, what did I do? I didn't even say nothing yet. What happened? Right? But it seems as though, and we will get into this a little later, it seems as though people was not feeling the movie Him, right? It's been getting certain mixed reviews, right? So Marlon decided to go on his social media and post a bunch of movies that, he was a part of that got all these Rotten Tomatoes, right? And he had this message. And again, I'm taking this a little personal because I am a film critic. So I gotta respond to this, right? He says, listen, I respect critics. Their job is to critique. I respect their work. It shapes our industry. But an opinion does not always mean it's everyone's opinion. Some movies are ahead of the curve. Innovation is not always embraced, and art is to be interpreted and it's subjective. I've had a career of making classic movies that weren't critically received, and those movies went on to be classics. So don't take anyone's opinion. Just go see for yourself. Love to all. Him in theaters now. Okay. So I'm going to go through this and tell y'all what I like. Because we agree actually on a lot of stuff. Okay, first off, I respect critics. Guess what? I respect Marlon Wayans. So we already on the same page. Their job is to critique. Absolutely. Yes, that is the job of a critic. I know a lot of people get confused and they think, well, but I follow this person on TikTok and they went on set and they did an interview and they said they love the movie. That might not be a critic. That might be an influencer. An influencer is nothing more than a marketer, a promotional person. I'm not knocking them. I'm just saying their job is not to analyze the movie. Their job is to probably get paid to market the movie so that you can go watch it. They are living, breathing trailers. That's what they are, right? And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's a part of the job. It is what it is. But that's not always a film critic. Now, I know I kind of exist somewhere in between that. Like, I'm more of a critic and maybe I'm an influencer, but ain't nobody paying me. Ain't nobody doing that. Like, even if you fly me out, I might not like your movie, right? You don't have that guarantee with me, right? Just because you fly me out, put me in a nice hotel, put me on the red carpet, I still might not like your movie. That's not the same with an influencer, though, right? An influencer, they gonna love whatever you put because they have that agreement. Anyway, so yes, our job as critics is to critique, okay? That doesn't mean hate. It doesn't mean love. It means to critique, to analyze, to deconstruct, to actually give analysis for these things. All right. He respects the work. Hey, I respect his work as well. Being an actor is hard. Being a producer is hard. Making movies it's hard, right? So yes, I'm with that. Shapes our industry. I don't know about all that. I don't know if we really shape the industry, but I would say that yes, we are a part of the industry for sure. So that's fine. We agree there. Let's see what else he said. But an opinion does not always mean it's everyone's opinion. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I've told y'all this too. I have an opinion about certain things, but just because I have an opinion, it does not have to be your opinion. My job is to give you my opinion or my viewpoint on a film, and you can use that to reflect your own opinion off of. In other words, if E-Man loves something, you could say, E-Man loved this thing. But you know what? I don't like that thing. So if E-Man loves it, I know I probably don't love it. Or maybe it's the other way around. E-Man hates, I don't know, black and white movies. But I know I love black and white movies. So because I know E-Man doesn't like it, I probably do like that. Or maybe we the same. Ooh, E-Man loves this anime. I know I also love anime. So together, I know my opinion matches his. That's the whole point. The point is not to just let one person's opinion shape your own. It's to allow your opinion to have something to contrast and compare against, and then you can think for yourself. Always tell y'all, think for yourselves, have your own opinions. So we agree there. Now he says some movies are ahead of the curve. Innovation is not always embraced. Art is to be interpreted and it's subjective. I agree with that, right? Like I've told y'all, filmmaking is an art form. All movies are art. That's one of the reasons why I tell y'all straight up, it's okay if you like specific types of movies that other people don't like. That's fine. Now, I do also say we all tend to like bad movies, right? It's okay. It's fine. We need to not sit here and get upset about that. A movie can be bad and still be your favorite movie at the same time. Ain't nothing wrong with that, except for my wife and Carol's Christmas. That is atrocious, and no one should watch that. That should not be a thing. Don't do that. Anyway. Now, he says here, I've had a career of making classic movies that weren't critically received, and those movies went on to be classics. All right. And of course, go see the movie for yourself. And I encourage y'all to always go see and make up your mind on your own. Now, this is the part where I think we might need to have a little bit of a discussion. He says, I've had a career of making classics that weren't critically received, and those movies went on to be classics. Okay, sir, I think we have reached a point of contention. Let's kind of go through what your evidence is. Now, you brought up White Chicks. I like White Chicks. White Chicks is a funny movie. I think White Chicks was ahead of its time. I also think that you cannot go back and make another White Chicks, even though they're trying to right now with a sequel. But yes, I agree. White Chicks was a great classic movie. Don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice. I agree. That was a good movie for what it was. Wasn't nobody looking for no Oscar type of movie or whatever. Like, I get it. I understand. And here's the key difference. Okay. Here's something. Okay. No, I'll keep going. Scary Movie and Scary Movie 2. I laughed my butt off at those movies. It was hilarious to me. I was sitting there cracking up. Okay. Those were great movies. A Haunted House? A Haunted House? I'm sorry. Ain't no way I'm saying A Haunted House is a classic. I can't say that. I don't see that. I don't see it. Scary Movie, yes. You know, White Chicks, yes. Sir, I can't make that distinction for you. Now, what I do want people to also pay attention to is what he actually posted. Now, keep in mind, this is his evidence, right? And I get it. Sometimes artists, I don't want to say that they're delusional. I'm just saying sometimes they can be in their own world where they might not always be open to outside criticism. I get that. But I want to just point something out. My man posted, and by the way, keep in mind, I respect Marlon Wayans for sure, for days, forever. Okay. But sir, you cannot sit here and say that this is on critics. Okay. Now I get it. You can maybe say a little bit because let's be honest, the diversity in critics is not vast. Okay. So if let's just say certain types of critics didn't understand or appreciate the humor of White Chicks, I get that. Totally get that. I get that certain critics wouldn't understand the humor and don't be a menace. I get that too. But you posted Rotten Tomatoes, which does not stay limited to just critics. It's also fans. It's also people. Over 250,000 people, for whatever reason, didn't like White Chicks. Or at least 55%. Like, that's average people. Those are not critics. Now, I disagree with them because I do like White Chicks. I thought the movie was still good. And look at this. Don't be a menace. Fans liked it. Cool. I don't know what people were thinking with Scary Movie or Scary Movie 2, but at the same time, that's a lot of people that did not care for the movies. So all I'm saying is, don't sit here and put this only on critics. That was other people too. That was other fans too. And in addition to that, everything is not a classic. Okay? Everything is not a classic. You have classics, but everything you touch that some people don't like is not always a classic. And I say that humbly. As someone that respects the Wayans family, that respects the work, because even him, I believe, is getting like bad reviews right now. Everything is not always a classic. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, y'all let me know. How do you feel about Marlon's inspiration and what he wants to do for the next scary movie? Do you like that list? Do you think it should change? What do you think about his critique for critics, even though he completely ignored some of the fans that also didn't like the movies? Feel free to let me know, like, your thoughts in the comments down below. All right. Oh, hold on. Can I highlight that? I have not. So I've been trying to tell people. Wait, where is it? Thought I highlighted. Hold on. Where is it? There we go. I have not been able to see this yet. I have been traveling. I have been watching other things. I have other junkets, interviews, stuff that's coming up. I have not been able to watch this movie yet. So as soon as I see it, I'm hoping to see it maybe sometime soon. Maybe I can't even promise because I don't know. Like, I have too many things. Like, I don't think people understand. Like, a lot of times we get stuff in advance and it makes us not be able to watch things that are currently out. So for example, I watched all of Gen V, right? Why? Because I had to do some project for Gen V. But by watching that, I had to miss like other movies. Then I had to go to Vegas. While I'm in Vegas trying to cover the fight, I'm missing other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not always going to have time. And I do this part-time. So I don't do this full-time. I'm not just sitting at home waiting for movies, going to the theater. It's not what I do. So, and I'm not attacking nobody. I'm just trying to help people understand the full scope of things. I don't always have time to watch everything as soon as they come out. I have to make choices. I got to be like, all right, man, either I do this or I do that. Or maybe I'll go talk about that but I have to miss this. So, but yes, I am looking forward to the Demon Slayer movie. I will say though, I got a little discouraged when I found out that it's a trilogy. That I ain't gonna lie, that did kind of discourage me, and it kind of made me pump my brakes because I'm like, why would I want to hurry up and watch a movie that is only gonna leave me on a cliffhanger, and I'm gonna sit here for like another year and a half or whatever until the next one comes out? That bothers me. That does bother me. But yes, I will get to Demon Slayer as soon as I can. Okay, now let's talk about him. So for those of you that have seen my reaction, I have posted. Again, you should be following me on my socials, on the YouTubes, on the Instagrams, Twitters, and all that good stuff. I gave you guys my pre-reaction, right? And basically, in my pre-reaction, I told you guys going into this movie, I had a couple concerns, right? There were yellow flags and red flags. And we usually talk about that, right? If you follow this channel. One of the yellow flags was the advertisement of this movie being a Jordan Peele movie. And I was sitting there like, wait a minute, Jordan Peele is the producer. He's not the director. And it feels a little fishy, right? It's a little shaky when you advertise the producer before the director or the main actor, right? So to me, I was like, yellow flag. Just Yellow flag on the play. Then my red flag was y'all had me screen this movie on a Wednesday, and the movie came out on a Thursday. I've told y'all that's not usually a good sign of confidence from a studio, because it's almost like, all right, hurry up and watch it, and then everybody else, y'all can watch it right now. So that way it kind of drowns out if a critic or press or media if they're critical about it, they hope that everybody just hurries up and sees it and nobody has time to read the reviews or watch the reviews in time. So it's a little sneaky, right? So I was like, yo, red flag, right? Like, why y'all waiting until the last minute to give me this movie? That's a problem. Anywho, I did get a chance to see it. I told you guys my reaction while watching it. And my reaction absolutely was, I guess, a little all over the place in a sense, because I did not know how to process this movie. I didn't know what to make of this movie. It was a lot. It was a lot to process. It was a lot. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, it still is. It still feels like a lot to process and a lot to take in. So I will do my best to describe certain things, to give you guys my thoughts on this film. And of course, I know it's still kind of new, so I will do my best to keep this spoiler free as well. But yes, I just want you guys to know that this ahead of time. It's a lot. It is a lot. Give me 1 second, because I wanted to get some images for you guys, but I just noticed that it didn't load up for me. So, and I want y'all to actually see some of this. So give me 1 second so I can upload these things, because some of these things I do want y'all to see, because yikes. Okay. All right. We just gonna do some of these. I ain't gonna do all of them. Yeah, and I think this kind of sets the goal that I want. All right. Sorry, I thought these were loaded up, but they, for whatever reason, they didn't want to load up. Okay. So let's start off first and foremost with an introduction, just a quick intro on what this is all about. So, a young athlete descends into a world of terror when he's invited to train with a legendary champion whose charisma curdles into something much darker, right? All right. So, first off, let's start off with what I thought was good in this film. And I think the very first thing that stands out is the acting. So the one of the main actors, Tyreek Withers, I thought that this young man did a phenomenal job. A lot of times you will probably see, and you'll be wanting to see Marlon Wayans. I know that, but I got to give this brother props. He did a phenomenal job just being in that presence and not seeming as though like he was being swallowed up by another star. Like, he really held his own. He really did a good job, I think, in the film to make his presence felt throughout the film. And I really enjoyed what he brought to the table. I thought that he, had really good chemistry with Marlon Wayans. And I thought that he did a very good job taking us on this adventure, this wild ride, and really making us believe that he was this professional athlete that was going through this really wild, crazy experience. I think he did a really good job with that. But like I said before, you are probably interested in this movie because of Marlon Wayans. And I have to say, the brother did not disappoint. Marlon Wayans is absolutely fantastic in this role. Given what this movie is about, and given what is asked of his character to do and to be, he absolutely hits it out of the park. His presence is captivating. Every time he's on screen, you are intrigued. You want to know what's Marlon gonna do next. How crazy is Marlon Wayans' character? And there's no point, or there's very few points that he ever disappoints in this film. Like, I'm sitting here watching him and I'm just like, man, this might be worth a nomination, because my man got into his bag. Like, this was an excellent role for him to exercise his abilities, as eccentric as he can be, but at the same time, because obviously we know him for more comedic stuff, having him do a more serious, dramatic stuff was a really good contrast to see with him. So I really enjoyed his performance. I think he stood out obviously the most with this. He's not like the lead, but he's definitely a strong presence, and he's well worth the watch in itself. Next up, I have to say, the cinematography in this film was phenomenal. It was really good. It was really creative. It was very artistic. You will get so many scenes that are just the colors, the schemes. They're so vibrant. They were so imaginative. I think one example that I really enjoyed was, if you've ever played Mortal Kombat, for example, when you're fighting and they do like this, the X-ray scenes, that they do stuff similar to that in this film, and I thought it was amazing. It makes it incredibly difficult for you to take your eyes off of this film because of the cinematography and the visual effects. And all of that comes together so well that you cannot help but to watch. Like, you cannot help. And what I think it also did was, it did a very good job in supporting the idea or the question of, is this all a dream? Is this all real? Am I on drugs? Like, that the cinematography it takes you on that wild trip because of all the unique stuff that it does. And I also love how it plays around with the background. I love how it plays around with the scenery. I love how, like, they really make sure that certain camera angles have you questioning, hey, is something back there? Is something going on? Am I missing something? Like, you have to pay attention, and the camera is forcing you to do that. And I love that. I thought they did a great job with that. And then lastly, the themes. The themes in this film make they come across perfectly well. The idea, of course, and you get this from the trailer, is it's about football. It's about sacrifice. It's about, what does it take, right? What are the things that you're willing to do and to give up just to get to that certain level in that profession? And I thought that this film was very effective in getting that point across. They do take it to some extremes, especially with the visuals, but it only re-emphasizes things like the brutal nature of the sport and the physical, mental, and maybe even spiritual sacrifices that are needed. So I thought that they were able to stay on point with the themes and communicate that well throughout the entire film. All right, now for what I thought was bad in him. So it's kind of, I think the biggest problem with him is probably the writing, and it's probably going to be in the overall plot. The story itself, I think for the first two acts, you are going up this hill and you are trying to figure out what is going on. What is actually happening? And you are seeing some things that seem legit, that seem for real, that seem logical, and that's fine. And then the movie goes into this interesting direction that it's hard, I think, for most people to, I wouldn't say appreciate it, but I don't think honestly people will like it. I mean, I didn't personally like how it ended, mainly because I thought that there was probably more creative alternatives that were already set up in the film. So let me be clear. I'm not saying, man, the movie should have done this or I would have made the movie that way. No, no, no. I'm saying the way you kept leading us in this film, I thought that there was a different destination that we were building up to. And the detour that we did end up going towards, it just didn't work for me. And I think that when the film decides to get literal and no longer metaphorical or no longer allegorical or whatever, and when you know that things are for real, that's when it stops being as captivating. The closest I can maybe describe this, and again, I'm trying not to spoil it for you. The closest I can give to you is like, imagine you're watching a horror movie, and when you're watching the horror movie, you only see bits and pieces of the ghost or the monster, and those bits and pieces are scary, right? You're seeing the shadow, you're seeing the figure, all of that. But then you get to the end of the movie and they just turn the lights on and they show you the whole monster. Well, sorry, the monster is not as scary when your imagination is no longer running wild, when you are no longer asking questions. And I felt like that's what happened with him. They kind of just pull the whole curtain back and they kind of reveal everything to you. And the way that they did it, I was kind of like, eh, it felt a little anticlimactic to me. It didn't feel like it justified the journey of the story from all this buildup. That was good buildup to get to that point. So that's really the only bad that I can put into it. But I mean, the story, let's be honest, you are also going for a story, right? Like that's a big part of this movie or of any movie for that matter. So anyway, now let me kind of give you guys my overall reason and my take for this. You know, him is, I think, an unholy, unsanctified fever dream set on a football field that captures the plight of a professional football player, right? While it was wildly imaginative and artistically savvy, it still runs out of steam when it comes to the story and the basic conclusion. It simply couldn't stick the landing by trying to be a little too ambitious and maybe going off the cliff with its ending. So, I've told you guys this before. There are different types of people out there. Some people are journey people, other people are destination folks. The journey folks, you appreciate the ride. Even if the ending sucks, you love the ride, and that's all you need. And there are people like myself who are like the destination. Listen, the journey might be bad, it might be a little rough, but if you end it very well, you get more points from me. So for me, I'm a destination person. The destination for this film did not work for me. And ultimately, it did not give me the best experience, but I can't discount all the other good stuff in the film. So when it comes to the rating for him, I've got to give it like a 6.5 out of 10. Look, whatever you saw from the trailer, that's what you need to think about going into this movie, because as I said before, it only cranks it up a notch beyond that. So whatever you were thinking about the trailer, whatever you thought they were going to give you, oh, they going to give you that, all right, but they going to give you a whole lot more too. And if you were not looking for more of that, you might be disappointed. So I will not say that this is a must watch. Um and I will say that, like, if I had to give you a specific breakdown in this. Like I said, acting was good, the themes were good, the cinematography were good, but like the plot not so great. Um the watchability, I, again, I can't tell you to go watch this movie. That's going to be up to you and how you feel of the trailer. And yeah, it loses points on the plot, loses points on watchability, and it also loses points on rewatchability. I have zero desire to ever go back and rewatch this movie. Like, I don't need this in my mind again. So, anyway, that's how I fell on my scale here. But anyway, for those of you that have seen him, you guys let me know, what did you think about the movie? Come on back to this video. Let me know in the comments down below. All right, that is my him. I'm him. I'm him. JN. All right. Let's be real. A lot of Marlon's movies are mid. Yeah. Um, yeah. 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 Like, I don't want to get too deep into it, but sometimes when I hear him talk about his legacy, not the Wayans, but his, sounds a little Monique-ish. You know how Monique is like, I'm a legend, I'm a legend, I'm a legend. It's like, I mean, you had a great moment. You know, we're not gonna forget you, but like, legend is a strong word. I think the Wayans family are legendary. Like, collectively, everything they've put together in Living Color, Damon Wayans, TV shows, Marlon Wayans, Sean Wayans, like every legendary, legendary. But we cannot act like everything was gold. Everything wasn't, just wasn't. So, and again, I say that with so much respect because I do think that they are fantastic at what they do. But listen, hey, nobody can be perfect. Hey, Jordan he had a couple losses too, right? Omar, I think him would have worked as a dream sequence. I mean, maybe, right? Like that's one of many routes it could have taken. Maybe, JN, thank you. But I would like to see Marlon play Richard Pryor. I don't know. I saw the screen test of him playing Richard Pryor. Something tells me I still want Mike Epps. Like, I still think Mike Epps looks the part. I think Mike Epps could play the part. I don't know if I will believe it. I'm not saying he can't do it, but if I had to pick, I would like to see Mike Epps take a shot. I don't know. I think he would. I think he might be a little bit closer. Let's see, Anthony. Weapons, absolutely. I mean, that scene with the person running at the end that looks like a scene from the Maury show. The jokes write themselves. Yeah, like, you could do a lot with weapons in a scary movie. That could actually work. That could actually work. Let's see. Anthony again. It's a trilogy to cover the manga's final arc. Yeah, I know. But like I said, I don't like having to wait for stuff like that. Like, I remember, I think it was the Hunger Games that did it, where they were like, "Oh, this is like a part two trilogy." So I was like, man, if y'all don't hurry up, like, just give me the movies. Like Infinity War, Endgame, they kind of sort of, like, okay, one movie then another, but don't leave me hanging like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. All right. All right, let's move on to our final topic of the night. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Let's get ready, guys. Okay. We're here now. So, if you are watching this, more than likely you have heard the news about Jimmy Kimmel being suspended from his show on late night TV. So what we are going to do, we're going to go over the course of events, what happened. We will speculate on why certain things happened. And then, of course, I will give you some commentary um, throughout. But let me just say, um, full disclosure, the mere fact that I, as a random YouTube film critic person, the mere fact that I wouldn't even say nervous, but the fact that I'm like questioning how I speak about this makes me feel like this is no longer the American dream that we all should be living in. That's something I have never thought to myself I would have to be in a position to actually be in. Now, I have thought in the past, oh man, if I have a political channel, yeah, maybe the job might get lost or maybe my family and it's honestly, just being honest with y'all, it's one of the reasons why I don't get into politics. Not because I don't have opinions. Oh, I got opinions. It's because I'm not trying to bust out Lucille. Okay, y'all know Lucille right over there. Y'all know Lucille is chilling right there. I'm not trying to go to jail, right? Because if somebody crazy, they gonna be crazy. Okay, y'all not coming for me. Y'all not coming for mine. So that's one of the main reasons I don't get into politics like that. Now, obviously, I know the irony because we're about to get into some politics here. When politics crosses the line of entertainment, yes, I'm going to talk about it. Okay. So don't nobody come in here and be like, man, you need to just shut up and film critic. No, 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 no. Yeah, it came into my world now. So I have to talk about it. But yes, again, the mere fact that I have to second guess and I have to be cautious because I have any type of fear of not from people, but the government potentially taking action against whatever I'm saying, that's a problem. That's a problem in itself. Okay? So let's get into this. All right. Jimmy Kimmel's gotten suspended, but let's get into what he actually said because I don't think a lot of people have actually heard what he said that got him suspended in the first place. So this was what ended up happening here. It says ABC is indefinitely, okay, suspending Jimmy Kimmel's talk show from airing after his comments about Charlie Kirk. Now, for those of you that don't know who Charlie Kirk is, he was a conservative man who gave controversial opinions that others would deem as potentially hate speech, while others believed were not hate speech, and he was gunned down by an assassin later on. We clear? We good? Okay. All right. I think I got it. All right. So, and first of all, let me also just say, and I think we can all like agree to this. No one is condoning political violence at all. Like, full stop. Political violence is not okay. I don't care what side of the aisle you are on. I don't care if you're left. I don't care if you're right. I don't care if you're in between. Political violence is not acceptable. Done. I don't even care about the whole, well, it happens more on the left and it happens more on the right. It doesn't matter. It's not okay. And trying to actually play up the sides of the teams, it's stupid, right? As Americans, we should be way more concerned of stopping it on all sides because all political violence is bad. If you start finding yourself jumping to a team, you might just be in a cult. Because to me, if you are rationalizing the political violence on one side or another side, that means that you have a little less empathy for the other human beings that died. And that's a problem to me. Again, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. It's all bad. Full stop. All right. So this is what Jimmy Kimmel actually said that got him in hot water. He said, "We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it." That's what he said. Okay. That's what he said. So certain individuals took umbrage with what he said. They didn't like it. They was like, "Ah, how dare you?" Now, here's the thing. I've heard so many different stories about what they're even mad about, because to be honest, I don't know. I'm like, wait, are y'all mad because you think he was trying to say that the shooter was MAGA? Are you mad because he was making fun of the president? Like, are you mad? Like, I don't know. I've heard so many different stories. I don't even know if people know why they mad at Jimmy Kimmel at this point. I don't know. So here's what happened before the suspension. And this is where I think it needs to be highlighted. I think people need to understand that Jimmy Kimmel didn't say what he said and then get suspended. It didn't happen that way. This wasn't oh, it's the ratings, or oh, it's the bad business. And no. Because if that were true, if it was true that Jimmy Kimmel was too expensive and, oh, there was so much bad ratings and so many complaints, if that were true, Jimmy would have been gone. You think this is the first time Jimmy Kimmel's made fun of the president or said something that other political folks didn't like or whatever? Nah, it's not. This is the kicker. Meet Brendan Carr. Brendan Carr is the FCC chairman. Okay. The FCC, for those of you that don't know, they are the government body that issues licenses for TV programs to exist, for different media studios, companies to have TV, licenses and stations and so on and so forth. In other words, this is the government guy who is controlling what you see and don't see on TV. When somebody on live TV cusses, he's the one that's going to be like, you violated this policy or whatever, a fine. Here's a fine for you, right? Mr. Carr appeared on a podcast or whatever and said this right after Jimmy Kimmel's comments. He said this basically: we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies, the media companies, can find ways to change conduct and take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. A few hours later, after Carr's remarks, ABC announced that Jimmy Kimmel Live will be preempted indefinitely. So I want people to understand that the government threatened media outlets based off of Jimmy Kimmel's speech. Now, I also want to point something out, because somebody's going to say it. Well, people have opinions, hate speech, free speech, and I feel like those terms need to be defined, right? So I want people to understand the differences. Opinions are individual viewpoints, right? Your individual viewpoint could fall under free speech, but it's not the same thing, right? hate speech is a subset of speech. So you have speech, and within speech, you can have opinions, and then you can have hate speech. And within that subset can be offensive or harmful, but oftentimes still legally protected unless it incites violence or harassment. And within all of that, you also have the idea of free speech. Free speech is basically the legal right to be able to speak, right? To say your opinions or even give hate speech, depending, and so on and so forth. So those are the differences, just in case people don't know. And I also want to highlight this too. Now, Carr, the FCC guy, suggested that Disney, ABC's parent company, should address Kimmel's conduct before the FCC gets involved. He said you could certainly see a path forward for suspension over this. So, once again, anyone who is suggesting that the companies just did this as a business decision is being completely disingenuous. That is not, you are not arguing in good faith. Either you just are misinformed or you are willfully trying to misinform people. But there's no way you can ignore the pivotal piece that the government laid out a threat. I hate to even try and make light of this. This man said, once again, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. I don't know about y'all, but I immediately thought of the Boondocks. And I'm sorry, but when I heard that on the Boondocks, I heard nothing but a threat. Okay? When that certain warrior told people that you could do things the easy way or the hard way, that was a threat. Because guess what was going to happen when the certain warrior told you about the easy way or the hard way? You was going to get got. And you didn't want to get got by that warrior. I likes you and I want you, okay? But in this case, he don't like you and he don't want you, but he's still going to give it to you the easy way or the hard way. That's a problem. That's a problem. Okay? Now let's go on a little further. Now, one of the affiliates that, distributes the shows locally, it's called Nexstar, right? That's the one that it's one of the TV station owners that did this. Now they came out and said, like, whoa, wait a minute. Me no problem with the government and no, I ain't got it. That ain't me. They denied it all. Okay. It says here, actually, no, let me get the better one. They denied that the suspension was due to the FCC's pressure. Nexstar, the nation's largest station owner, denied on Thursday that it pulled Jimmy Kimmel Live off the air due to pressure from the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr. Asked whether Nexstar's decision was in any way influenced by Carr's remarks, the company's chief communications officer said no. It's cap. No. You had no pressure from the threat of the government official that is in control of your licenses and stuff? No. Here's the other kicker. Nexstar, they had said that they had no communication with the FCC or any government agency prior to making that decision. So what you're basically saying is You heard what the FCC said. Let's be honest. Everybody heard what the FCC said. It was on every news network. It was being reported everywhere. So you know what your boss, your government official at that case, you know what they said, but because they didn't specifically say it to you, you didn't have no communication. So you didn't make no decision based on, like, do you think we're stupid? Like, are we really acting like we're stupid? You trying to act like people are stupid here? You think that if a mob boss put out an advertisement and said, I'm going to get Tom, you think Tom is going to sit here and be like, well, he wasn't talking to me, so I guess I'm fine. What? Tom, you are dumb. Okay? You're going to wake up with some fish in your bed. Tom, go home. Get out of here. Get out of town. Like, what is going on? So this next star sounds ridiculous. But it's not that crazy if you know what's really going on. And stop me if you've heard this before, but if you ever want to find out the truth, you have to follow the money. The money. And would you not, would you look at this? Next star got a little money thing going on. Huh? Because Next Star is trying to merger with Tagna, whatever it's called. It says the firing of Jimmy Kimmel comes amid Next Star's $6.2 billion merger, $6.2 billion merger with Tagna, which requires FCC approval. Next Star, which is seeking FCC approval for the $1 billion merger, said it strongly objects to Kimmel's comments. The company also announced that it will replace his show with alternative programming in its ABC affiliated markets. So, y'all got a deal on the table. Y'all need Brandon Carr, the FCC government official. Y'all need him to give you approval so you can make this $6.2 billion. It sounds like you sure do need to play nice. It sounds like you both need to be on the same page. So if Brendan don't like Jimmy Kimmel, y'all don't like Jimmy Kimmel, right? Makes sense if you want to get that merger. Didn't we see something like that happen just not too long ago? I could have sworn it did. Yes, that's right. Colbert, Paramount, Skydance, they wanted to merger as well. Uh-oh, can't do that when Colbert is out here making fun of the president. And oh, that's right, the president appointed Brandon Carr to the FCC. And it seems like Brandon Carr and the FCC do whatever the president likes. And the president also had a whole hit list of people that he was like, I don't like y'all, and I'm going to get rid of y'all. Man, this is, do I have a tinfoil hat? Because it's sounding very conspiratorial. And I don't want to sound conspiratorial, but it's starting to line up. So when y'all have money on the table and you need to make these big business moves, you have to play nice with the government. But in order to play nice with the government, you have to do what the government likes, which is not like your TV shows or hosts. So you just so happen to get rid of them. And by the way, I was very careful with my words earlier. Notice that I talked about how Jimmy Kimmel was indefinitely suspended. They didn't cancel the show. Now, Colbert, they canceled his show. So like as of April or whatever, his show is done. Like it's done. They suspended Jimmy Kimmel. Now I have some thoughts about that. But one thing is letting me know this. Like with Colbert, it did actually make a little bit more sense because the late night shows are actually very expensive. Like that actually makes sense. And they're letting him finish out the year, the season. Okay. Yes, there might have been some government pressure, but at the same time, it felt and looked a little more business-like. This, an indefinite suspension, you know what that reminds me of? When there's like, I don't know, a police shooting or something like that, and they're like, oh, we're putting them on administrative leave. You didn't fire them. You didn't like prosecute them. You put them on leave. That's what it feels like when it sounds like y'all just had to react in the moment. And that's one of the reasons why I'm like, nah, this doesn't sound like a business decision because of bad ratings or whatever. No, that's why y'all suspended him. And y'all better watch out because that might be a lawsuit, but that's a whole nother story in itself. Now, here's where things get even a little bit more disturbing. Yes, roller coaster ride continues. Now, I don't know if you watched them or not, but I think that it is almost universally understood that The View is one of the most outspoken television programs out there. You don't have to agree with them or not, that's irrelevant. But the point is that they gonna talk about what they want to talk about, right? The women on The View, Whoopi Goldberg, Joy, they are going to talk about politics, culture, and they not gonna pull back nothing. At least that used to be the case, because the hosts of The View stayed silent for the second day in a row over their parent company ABC's suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's late night show over his Charlie Kirk comments. Many fans theorized that The View hosts were purposely instructed to not discuss Kimmel's suspension by their parent company. And to make matters more interesting, on Thursday, FCC chairman Brandon Carr, who was responsible for yanking Jimmy Kimmel Live, suggested that the FCC look into The View as well. Look into? What's there to look into? Why do you want to look into them? What's the point? What's the point? What do you want to do now to The View? This sounds terrible. And I say this as someone who I respect different opinions and I respect different viewpoints. There are certain channels out there that I just do not watch. They carry a whole different worldview than I do. They carry opinions that I find offensive. But at the same time, we in America, do what you got to do. Listen, do what you want to do. Say what you want to say over there. As long as it does not affect me or people that look like me or my rights, I don't care what your views are. I respect the fact because we're in America. We have something called the First Amendment in the Constitution. But what I don't like, and here's the thing, I'm not putting no labels on this. I'm not saying, oh, I don't like it when the left does it. I don't like it when the right does it. I don't like the concept of the government looking into TV programs, looking into different, now here's what I would say. I would not have a problem if the government were to step in only when it's actually a national, like it's in the national interest. Now, I'm saying this very carefully because somebody could loosely say that for anything, right? Somebody could sit here and be like, oh, well, I don't like that news program and it's in the national interest to censor them. No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, I don't know, we have a pandemic or we have, a global crisis and a TV show or a program is inciting violence or giving people wrong information that puts other people in harm. Like stuff like that, yes. Now, government, it is your interest to protect people who might not know if somebody is objectively, not subjectively, but objectively putting people in harm. That makes sense, right? That's the only time I could sit here and be like, okay, government, I could see you stepping in. If it's putting other people's lives in danger and it's objectively seen, not subjective, objective. But now you want to look into different TV shows, red flag. Don't like it. Now, the Sinclair broadcast group, they're another people that are in charge of distributing the Jimmy Kimmel show. They say Jimmy Kimmel's show won't return until appropriate steps have been taken to uphold the standards expected of a broadcast platform. They also want Jimmy Kimmel to issue a public apology and make a donation to Charlie Kirk's family and Turning Point USA. I don't have a problem with a movie or TV station or whatever having certain standards. That's fine, right? Like if your standard as a station is, hey, we don't want you to, I don't know, be racist, and you say something racist. Yes, I fully expect for that person to come out there and give an apology or whatever, right? That's fine. If that's y'all standard, that's what it is. Here's what I don't like. I don't even know what you want him to apologize for. Because, as I've said before, I don't know what y'all are mad about. Like that's the part what do you want him to apologize for? What in his commentary did he specifically say that you want him to apologize for? And by the way, let's also not forget, Jimmy Kimmel is not a journalist. He's not a reporter. He's not a news anchor. He's a comedian, stand-up TV host, like stand-up comedy host. Like, what is the standard for comedy? Because last time I checked, especially with the right, y'all love comedy. Y'all want comedy not to be censored. Y'all don't want people to cancel folks and stuff. What is this standard? Like, again, if it's a journalist or if it's a reporter, I get it. Hey, you can't say things that are not true. You have to deal in only facts. Totally makes sense. Even if it's a commentator, maybe it gets a little bit more blurred. But to me, I'm thinking like, well, with any comedians, usually the leash is a little bit longer. So what exactly did he say that y'all want him to apologize for? And lastly, make a donation. That sounds like extortion. Make a donation for what? For what? You would have to substantiate what he said specifically that would require financial contribution, because right now, once again, because of the involvement of the government and its influence, it doesn't matter if the government directly said it or not. The government has influenced this company to take action. This feels and looks and smells like extortion. In other words, when the state doesn't like something, you have to pay for it. Literally. That's not American. That's not okay. And once again, just because, still there'll be somebody out there that says, but this was just business. It was just, it's just the media companies. He had low ratings. He wasn't funny. And again, trust me, I don't want to talk about this. I do not. But people like to come into this world that they don't need to be in. Donald Trump has now implied that he may take away licenses for TV networks who are negative towards him. When you have a network and you have evening shows and all they do is hit Trump, that's all they do. If you go back, I guess they haven't had a conservative one in years or something. When you go back and take a look, all they do is hit Trump. They're licensed. They're not allowed to do that. The president, the government is now in their feelings because someone criticized them. What I find interesting about this is the description of this sounds like something from either a third world country or China. Like some country that's like state run. The leader doesn't want nobody to talk about him. And if you do, punishment. I find it interesting how certain people were made to believe that socialism was so scary and so bad and ooh, socialism. But yet they got no problem with communism, with fascism. There's no problem. Just it's fine. Why? Because my team is winning. It's okay. I will throw out my American values. I will throw out my moral sensibilities because my team is winning. It's cool. My personal rights, why do I need that? Get out of here. My team is winning. Your team should be America. Our team should be America. That's the team. It's not the right. It's not the left. It's not the liberals or the conservative. It should be America. When I think of politics, I don't sit here and think of, let me think of the politics that only serve my side of the aisle or my worldview. I think of what benefits the most people, what helps the most people. Meanwhile, we have, starting from the top, the leader of this country who is sensitive, and because of that sensitivity, is willing to use the force of the government to restrict media. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't even know how long YouTube is gonna last. Let's be honest. We don't know how long YouTube is gonna last. Some people are thinking like, man, get out that legacy media, man, forget that, move on and be independent. Being independent does not mean going to YouTube. Why? Google owns YouTube. You know who Google does? Who owns Google? Billionaires. You know that billionaire, where they be going? To the White House. You don't think at some point, some way, somehow, sooner or later, social media is going to be taken over too? Man, didn't I just see that? Hold on. I just saw something about that, like, that the US is now trying to basically own the algorithm of TikTok. So in other words, when we were afraid of China running the algorithm of TikTok and stealing information, no. The US is just going to do that instead. Remember, they saved TikTok. Nah, it's all a power move. And the reason why I bring that up and why it's problematic that you have the president of the United States commenting on the potential limiting of access for TVs or media, press, whatever, is because it's a direct violation of the First Amendment. And I wanted to read it real quick for people that don't read, because some people just don't. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. In other words, the government needs to mind their business. Now, by the way, and just full disclosure, I didn't know this because at first when I read this, because it's been a while since I read it like that, I was like, wait a minute, this thing only said Congress. Okay, I know Congress is in the legislative branch, but it's the executive branch that's acting all wild right now. Is that the loophole? Is that how they're able to do all this? Nope, time out. Nope, I did a little research, just a little research. Thanks to previous rulings of the Supreme Court and multiple court cases, they have extended the interpretation of the Constitution not to be limited just to Congress, but to all of the government, executive, judicial, legislative, all branches of government cannot restrict free speech. So don't let that wording fool you like it did fool me. Now, let's talk about a little pushback, right? Because I know it's all this doom and gloom and it's all bad and all that. I get it. You know, let's not sugarcoat it. But there's a little something happening, little pushback. Lost creator Damon Lindelof says he will not work for Disney until Jimmy Kimmel is reinstated on his show. Other major talent are also considering similar pledges for Kimmel. I like it. First of all, Damon is he's the one that gave y'all Watchmen. He gave y'all Lost. Like, this man is amazing. So that's potential money you are losing out on if you don't have that in your corner. Now, that's just one guy. That's one creator. However, SAG-AFTRA, yes, the Union for All Actors, is publicly condemning the decision to suspend Jimmy Kimmel's show. They say democracy thrives when diverse points of view are expressed. The decision to suspend airing Jimmy Kimmel Live is the type of suppression and retaliation that endangers everyone's freedoms. And not only that, but the WGA, the Writers Guild, has also come out in support of Jimmy Kimmel. They say, we stand united in opposition to anyone who uses their power and influence to silence the voices of writers or anyone who speaks in dissent. This is a problem. You cannot have, because while some people might want to isolate this to just Jimmy Kimmel, no. This is a problem that I've had to have conversations with people that don't understand this in terms of how third world countries, dictators, authoritarian countries, you don't understand how they work. When there's a pre-established government or system, the way that you break that up, there are multiple ways to do it. There is a whole playbook, by the way, and there is a documentary on Netflix y'all should definitely be watching that shows you the playbook of a dictator. But one of the things that they have to do is go for the lowest hanging fruit. When they can go for the lowest hanging fruit and take action against that low hanging fruit, it's easy then to now create a precedent that can be applied to everyone else. What does that mean? So, I don't know. Let's just say there's an underprivileged class. Maybe there's a class of people that a lot of people don't agree with, don't believe should be in bathrooms or whatever. If you can go and attack that small protected class's rights, if you can take them away from them, guess what? That will give you the power to take it away from anyone else. It's called a precedence. That's why, even if you may agree with them or not, you want to fight for the lowest people, the lowest class, because if you don't fight for the lowest, the highest is never going to be protected. They won't have a shield for very long. So right now, the lowest hanging fruit is comedians, right? I think it was Dave Chappelle, or it was either Dave Chappelle or Jon Stewart. One of them said that comedians are like the canaries into a mine, right? Back in the day, If they needed to see if a mine was like poisonous or bad, they would take a canary, let it fly, and if it flew back out, it was safe. If not, they knew there was poisonous gas in there, and they let that canary die. That's what Jimmy Kimmel is right now. That's what Stephen Colbert is right now. Talk show host. Maybe everybody doesn't care about them. Maybe some people find them funny. Maybe they don't. Whatever it is, they are the low-hanging fruit. If you can censor comedians, you can censor everybody. Because comedians are usually the ones, like I said, that got the longest leash. So that is the reason why this Jimmy Kimmel thing is more important. Not because we care about Jimmy Kimmel. Listen, Jimmy is fine. Like, I'm not a big deal. I didn't forget that you dressed up in blackface as Karl Malone. I remember the Man Show. Okay. So I'm not dying on no hill for Jimmy Kimmel, the person, but the rights that come along with his ability to have free speech, that is something worth fighting for. And I like this. Would y'all look at this? Tatiana Maslany, aka Miss She-Hulk herself, has urged her fans to cancel their Disney subscriptions after the studio suspended Jimmy Kimmel's show. Oh, y'all do realize She-Hulk is part of Marvel, and Marvel is owned by Disney, and Disney has Disney Plus. I have to give this woman some props. That takes guts. That takes guts. Now, I don't know if She-Hulk got renewed or not. Don't even matter. But the fact that this woman was like, nah, go ahead and cancel the parent company. Go ahead and cancel that. Much respect. You know what? I feel like Thanos. I feel like Thanos. When he was like, I think I might have judged you a little too harshly. Like, I'm like, yo, I got mad respect for her. Listen, that's her job. Her simply saying that could get her fired, could get her recast. Shout out to her. Definitely respect that. And following up with that, Mark Ruffalo, who's also a very vocal activist too. He says Disney stock will go down a lot if ABC ends up fully canceling Jimmy Kimmel's show. He says Disney does not want to be the ones that broke America. Listen, think about it like this. Disney is making this decision to pull Jimmy Kimmel and to suspend him right now because of money. It's because of money, because as we talked about, that whole Nexstar merger or whatever is happening, they want that money. They want more TV stations, but they can't get it without the approval of the FCC. So this is always about the money. But if the people are like pushing back and your stocks go down, that's affecting your other pocket. So which pocket is going to lose more money faster? And whichever loses more money faster, that's probably going to push the company. These companies ain't going to do nothing if it does not affect their pockets. Okay? And right now, it seems like that is the case. Because just saw this here. Disney has been dealing with the fallout for days, and things are not getting any better. As of September 21st, Disney stock has dropped more than 2%, an estimated $4.4 billion since dismissing Mr. Kimmel. Marvel star, and that's what Mark Ruffalo said about the Disney stock. Yikes! That's a whole lot of bread. That's a $4.4 billion. Oh man, y'all better stop playing with people. Y'all better stop playing with people. Listen, and here's I got 2 more points. Maybe a little positive, maybe not. Disney execs and Jimmy Kimmel are meeting. They were meeting today, I believe, to discuss the future of his show. And the parties were going to discuss whether there was a way to have Jimmy Kimmel's show return. Okay, I like that. Right? I like the fact that y'all are at least willing to have a conversation. I like the fact that y'all are trying to find a resolution to all this, because right now nobody's winning, right? Nobody wins when free speech is infringed upon because of government influence. And nobody wins on Disney where you're losing money because people are actively canceling or they're not watching or whatever. Okay? Them boycotts are going to mess y'all up. Follow up to that meeting. Disney and Jimmy Kimmel are disagreeing on how to bring back his show. Kimmel wants to do his monologue where he clarifies his comments and emphasizes that he never believed the Charlie Kirk's killer was MAGA. He would have also fought back at Fox News, right-wing social media users, and others who believes dishonestly mischaracterized his comments to fan the flames of outrage. Disney reportedly thought that he went too far and didn't help the situation. Now, I can understand. Now, first of all, once again, when you go back and look at his comments, he didn't say, oh, Charlie Kirk's killer was MAGA. He said MAGA was fighting real hard not to basically attribute the shooter as being one of them. He didn't say, I, Jimmy Kimmel, believe that Charlie Kirk's killer was MAGA. He didn't say that. He literally did not say that. But y'all are allowing people to misconstrue his words where they're in black and white, and you're not even, at the very least, you could allow him to clarify his comments. At the very least. At least. And here's the hypocrisy. We're here now. So we're going to just go here. I'm, whatever. On Fox News, I don't know if you guys knew about this, but Brian Kilmeade is one of the anchors, I believe, on Fox and Friends, and they were talking about what to do about mentally ill, homeless people, so on and so forth. And Brian Kilmeade went on air, and I'm not going to play the clip, but basically one of the anchors was like, yeah, you know what, man, if we're going to try and give these people resources, and if they can't get these resources, we might just have to lock them up. We might have to institutionalize these people if they're not going to, basically get down with the help that we're trying to help them, right? And Brian Kilmeade goes on to say, yeah, and we should probably do lethal injection, and like put them down. I'm paraphrasing. But basically he was like, yeah, we should just go ahead and kill them. He was referring to a conversation of mentally ill, homeless people. And he went on live air. It's not like this was a conversation where a bunch of people were talking and he was talking about one thing and no. He paused, waited for this man to finish talking, and then he said, oh, yeah, hold on, because I'm not making this up. I don't want nobody to sit here and just take my word for it. Here are his words right here. Jones was talking on Fox and Friends Wednesday about public money spent on trying to help homeless people and suggested that those who didn't accept services offered to them should be jailed. And Kilmeade came in and said, or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them. Just kill them. This is what was said over there. If the FCC stepped in and was like, you know what? That's not okay. I would be like, you know what? You're right. That, what did I say before? I'm not okay with the government jumping in and trying to censor stuff. However, if you're over here advocating for harming other human beings, that's probably a line that we should absolutely not cross. That's probably where we should be like, no, stop. That's wrong. You need to be fined. You need to issue an apology. You need to do some stuff. And here's the problem I have. We're sitting here talking about how Disney or ABC, they didn't feel as though Jimmy Kimmel, who all he wanted to do was clarify his statements. He just wanted to clarify. Because clearly people were misconstruing it. He wanted to clarify, but they said, nah, you went too far, and they couldn't come to an agreement. They couldn't come to an agreement on that. Meanwhile, the dude on Fox News who's advocating killing mentally ill, homeless people who might be veterans, by the way, he gets to go on the air and apologize. During an appearance on Fox and Friends weekend, Kilmeade said that I wrongly said they should get lethal injection. I apologize for that extremely callous remark. I am obviously aware that not all mentally ill homeless people act as the perpetrator did in North Carolina, and that so many homeless people deserve our empathy and compassion. All I'm saying is, while I personally would have no problem if the network over there would have fired Kilmeade, if the FCC would have fined them because that was careless talk, and that's to say the least. It was disgusting. If you're willing to give that grace, you should absolutely give Jimmy Kimmel some grace as well. Jimmy Kimmel didn't sit here and say, oh man, we should go kill all MAGA people and put them down. He didn't say nothing close to that. He didn't even say the things that y'all are accusing him of saying. But y'all give that guy a pass to even apologize and to keep his job? And this is probably the more disgusting part. And I hate that I had to end on this. They're not, as much as I respect other people's opinions and viewpoints, there are some people I'm just like, it's hard for me to respect what you stand for. I can, as a human being to human being, I don't want nothing wrong to happen to you. I don't want nobody to shoot you, hurt you. I don't want, on a human level, we're fine. Outside of that, I'm not messing with you. And it's a couple people like that. And one of those people is Rafael Cruz, aka Ted Cruz. Okay. Ted Cruz is not the type of person I would ever have a beer with. Ted Cruz is the type of person I still question, why the hell does Texas keep hiring? Like, why do y'all keep electing him? I don't like everything about him. Okay. Just everything about him. No, thank you. But this man is a broke clock. And it was the one time he actually said something that I was shocked. He said they, the left, Democrats, will use this power and they will use it ruthlessly. And that is dangerous. It might feel good now to threaten Jimmy Kimmel, but when it is used to silence every conservative in America, we will regret it. Oh. 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 Like, I can't believe I'm saying this. I agree with Ted Cruz. I agree. He's right. He's right. But I want you to understand the problem in what he's saying. They will use this power and use it ruthlessly. He's saying that what conservatives, the president, is doing is bad. It's bad. And you don't want someone else eventually, hopefully, if we have another election, to do the same thing to you times 10. You don't want that. That's usually why we have respectability politics. That's usually why, yes, the president technically could do this or that and not be prosecuted, but you don't want to get into that kind of back and forth. It's the reason why, even though a lot of these nuclear powered countries have nukes, we could go bombing everybody, but don't nobody want to get bombed back. So we don't bomb people. We'll do sanctions and we'll do other stuff, but ain't nobody trying to release the bombs. Because if we do that, we're all gone. So yes, Ted Cruz is right. This exercise of the government on media, press, commentary, speech is wrong. Period. I don't care what president's in office. It doesn't matter. The government should not censor speech. And I want to clarify something, because a lot of times I kept hearing people talk about, but I have free speech. I have free speech. Listen, it's fine for you to have free speech, and it's fine for me, another citizen, to say, I don't want to listen to you. It's fine for you to have free speech and for you to go to a college or an institution and they say, you're not allowed here because we don't want you here. You're doing something that is against our values. That's fine. Why? Because institutions, corporations, citizens, we're all kind of like on the same level. A private company can do whatever they want. If Facebook, if TikTok says, we don't like your speech, we don't like it when you talk about ABC, they can kick you off because they're a private company. That's fine. If you go to a job and you say certain things and they fire you because they don't like that speech and how it reflects on the company, that's fine. What's not okay is the government getting involved and censoring your speech. The government cannot say, oh, you're protesting this, we're going to take action against you. That's wrong. That's unconstitutional. That is un-American. If it's people, it's fine. If it's people in business, people in institutions, fine. The second the government gets involved, the second the government opens up their mouth and says, man, you can do this the easy way or the hard way, problem. Anyway, that's everything right now that we know of for the Jimmy Kimmel situation. I'll do my best to keep up with this because, like I said, we are in this territory now, right? Like this is something that unfortunately could spill over. It could be something that comes over to anything, because if you can censor this media, if you can censor that education institute, no one is safe. And then we will be living in the United States of China. Y'all, some people were scared of socialism. Oh gosh, I don't want to help out I don't want to pay for that doctor's school bill, but little communism, sign me up. Like that you sure? You sure? That's not America. It's not what this country was built on. It's not what this country fought for. The forefathers that a lot of y'all like to elevate, they would be appalled. Absolutely appalled. Anyway. Oh, did I lose anybody? I think I lost some people, probably. Anyway, guys, let me know. What do you think about this Jimmy Kimmel situation? Feel free to let me know your thoughts. Hey, use your free speech while you can. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Yeah. Dang, what y'all got? A whole bunch of all these comments. All right, let me go through the comments. Buzz, I canceled my subscription to Disney, Hulu, and ESPN bundle. ABC gave in to Captain Bone Spurs. Man, listen, I respect that. I respect that. Like, if I, man, as I said, that's going to hurt their pockets. And it is growing. I like to see how far this goes. I want to see, because I believe in the power of the people. I am one of those type of people that believes that, like, I don't care what a politician says. If the people rise up, they don't have power anymore, because that's the only way that, yeah, you might have access to this ability right now, but if the people rise up, people have more power than they think. And we do not need to be subjugated to any one person's, ego trip. Thank you, Buzz. I appreciate you, brother. Riker, what you got? I don't know if this was discussed yet, but the Kimmel suspension is different than other cancellations because the government is pressuring these firings. Absolutely. That is the biggest. This is not cancel culture. Cancel culture is Black people boycotting Target because Target doesn't want to do DEI policies anymore, or they don't want to support Black business or whatever. That's cancel culture. When it's people versus corporations, people like, I don't want to tune into that show, I'm not going to watch that. That's cancel culture. This is fascism. This is communism. This is authoritarianism. This is not American. That's what that is. Yes. Thank you. King Chad, what you got? I'm canceling Disney Plus now because they can't keep seeing Chad get hurt and T'Challa being gone forever. I tried to tell Ryan, but he was busy leaving. Man, sorry that you couldn't get that in, man. But I feel you. I feel you, man. Like, if that's what you got to do, totally respect it. Totally respect it. That's how. Listen, they gonna listen one way or another. When them pockets get dry, listen, who you gonna listen to? The government or your shareholders? When them shareholders are like, excuse me, why is my portfolio down? What are you doing? What are you doing? We need another CEO. Listen, I just saw an article about the former CEO for Disney was criticizing Bob Iger. He was like, man, what are you stupid. I was like, golly, I don't think I've ever seen nothing like that. Man. JN, Jimmy Kimmel learned what buck breaking is. Yeah. Well, to be fair, we don't know if he's bucked yet or if he's broken. Right? So, and kudos to Jimmy. Like, right now, I understand where he's coming from, right? Like, I understand the fact that, and this is according to other reports, part of his concern is his staff, right? He's fine. Jimmy Kimmel is a millionaire. He could retire today. He's good. It's the people that work under him that aren't, right? Those are the people that work in day-to-day jobs. Those are the people that, still have not recovered financially from the strikes. So for him, while he can probably sit back and be like, I can sit this out, cancel me if you want to, you're putting a lot of people out of work, people with families. So, I understand and I respect the fact that he's still trying to fight and do something. I'm just hoping that he doesn't cave in and pay money. I don't even care if he has to do some stupid apology or whatever. I don't care, because to me, I understand he's doing that for the people under him, not for him. But if you start paying money, that's where I'll be like, all right, man, like that, you have to draw a line somewhere at some point. But, he ain't broken yet. That's all. And to be honest, I feel like there's a lawsuit somewhere in there. There's got to be. Like, and this is where I'm thinking, like, Disney's got to be in a lose-lose situation. You're losing your stock. You might lose this merger, and then you might get sued. You might get sued for a violation of the First Amendment of the Constitution. Look, Disney, y'all losing. Y'all are losing. It's like, golly. All right, let's see. It was wrong for JK to make a definitive statement before the info came out, but he should not have faced cancellation, at most given a warning. What was the definitive statement? What did he say? He did not say the shooter was MAGA. He did not say. What's the definitive statement? Let me. Do I need to pull it up again? I don't even know if I have it. Yeah. Okay. Let's pull it up. Because again, it's like he didn't say anything. Like, he didn't say the shooter was MAGA. He did not say that. He made a comment about how MAGA was reacting. I'll pull it up just in case. This is what he said. We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying, again, the gang, MAGA, trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them. He's saying that MAGA is trying to make sure that this shooter is not MAGA. That's what he said. He didn't say, I believe that this kid was MAGA. He didn't say that. So there's nothing definitive here that anybody can say. Now, if he did say that, okay, right? Like, I think that would be a little bit, but again, even if he said that, the information was coming in and out. And by the way, the information was coming out poorly from those in charge. The governor was like, oh, yeah, well, you know, this was just some left wing, blah, blah, blah. The president, before information even came out, before we even caught the shooter, oh, this was from the left. This was like, what? If the information is coming from all over the place and it's wrong even from the top, now y'all gonna come after Kimmel? Come on. Regina, yep. Trump allies announced the deal to buy TikTok. Yeah. That's sad, but you know, like if that happens, I'm getting off TikTok. Like it's a problem. It's a problem. Buzz. Ryan Kilmeade said on Fox about killing mentally. Oh, yeah. We already talked about that. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. JN agreed about Jimmy as a comedian. He's mid, but free speech is important. Yes. That's all. Like, you don't have to like him. It doesn't matter if he was the funniest guy in the world or if he was not the funniest person. Free speech, again, if you mess it up and take it away from one person, you take it away from all of us. So yes, that the quality of the messenger does not matter. Okay, that does not matter. JN, Megan Thee Stallion is the only good thing about She-Hulk. Yes. Thank you for that. Let's see. Talented one. We still going. I'm still replay gang technically, but here's some for all the hard work. Talented one. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, it was a little bit longer than I thought. Mike, what you got? I'm here, but them Chiefs need to win first. Listen, I ain't even watching the game. And first of all, I thought I wasn't. The only reason I went live now is because I didn't even think the Chiefs game was going to be worth watching. Because I'm like, it's the Giants. Like, the Giants, you know, but I don't know. Maybe I missed something. Puma, this sounds like what they did to Jewish people in Germany and black people in the world. Dictators take away the freedom of speech to enslave and mistreat people. Shame on these people. Now, I have told y'all this before, but I will tell this to you guys one more time. I would highly recommend. I've put this on my socials. And I would highly recommend for you guys to watch this on Netflix. It is the documentary on Netflix. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Can you play nice? Yes. Okay. It is this documentary right here. It's called Hitler and the Nazis: Evil on Trial. This is not about America. It is not about the politics of America. It is a true just documentary about Germany in the 1930s and the rise of Hitler and what happened. I have to admit, I did not know half of the stuff in that documentary. Um, I knew basically whatever I learned from high school or social studies in elementary school that yes, Nazis were bad. They killed Jews. They persecuted people, and we won. World War II, we won. That's all I knew. What I did not know was how a country could be turned into what Germany became. Because if you were like me, the extent of your knowledge was probably just 4 to 5 pages in a textbook about Germany, and you probably only read the worst stuff. You probably read about the gas chambers and the tattoos and the persecution of the Jews. That's probably all you read about, because that's all I read about. What you probably did not know is how Hitler led not one, but 2 insurrections. What you probably did not know was how Hitler came up with make Germany great again. Uh-oh, where did that come from? What you probably did not know was that the Nazis, for as evil as they were, as much as we look at them and how bad they were, what you probably did not know was that they actually took notes from America and Jim Crow. That's right. The most evil people that we've always talked about, they looked at America and was like, damn, America? That's how you subject people? Okay. That Jim Crow thing over there that's interesting. They took notes from us. Okay. What you probably did not know was that the secret police were masked individuals going around disappearing people in the streets, enforcing laws without due process. Sound familiar? Let me just put it to you like this. It's a 6-episode series. We are currently on episode 3. I highly recommend you guys go watch that series. Go watch it. It blew me away. It blew me. There were so many things I was sitting there like, who is doing what? And I want people to understand, this is not a conspiracy theory. It's none of that. All I'm saying is, when you do not know history, you are doomed to repeat it. And the one thing that I think stood out to me the most was I was like, yo, how did German people just be okay with what they were doing to all these Jews and stuff? Like, how do you just sit around and you're just like okay with that? There was a gas chamber down the street and I was just fine. Like, how are you okay with that? It took them 10 years of propaganda, misinformation, and just constant vilifying of a group, scapegoating. It took them 10 years to get numb to the information, to those other people, to blame them. And it also took catastrophes. In other words, you probably did not know, when Hitler first tried to take over Germany and failed and went to jail, because he's also a convicted felon, by the way, he tried to come back. When his comeback came and he was like, all right, y'all, we about to take over again. And people was like, nah, we good. Nah, we don't need you no more. Why? Because Germany started to get better. The economy started to get better. Inflation started to go down. People were working again. Germany was getting better. So when things were actually going well, authoritarian strongmen were not necessary to save you from anything. So if you start to notice that we have certain economic challenges, inflation's still going up, jobs still going down, up, unemployment still going up. Maybe a war gets started. Maybe, I don't know, immigration problem happens. When there are catastrophes, that is how authoritarianism thrives. It cannot work if things are working. If things are working, there's nothing to save you from. And the only thing they could save you from is chaos. Please watch that documentary. Please. Oh man. All right. That's it. I'm probably canceled. I'm pretty sure the government's already tapping my phone. Yeah, it was nice, guys. It was nice. Y'all don't see me. Listen, if y'all don't see me, it was fun while it lasted. It was fun while it lasted, right? All right, guys, that's all I got for today. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Make sure you guys have an awesome rest of your week. We will be back on Tuesday. We'll be back on Tuesday to do Alien Earth. We'll catch up. We'll get to episode 6 and 7. And then Wednesday, we'll do episode 8. And then we'll be back here next Friday. All right. Next Friday, we're going to have to do some. I don't know what I'm going to do, but it's going to be the birthday week. So we're going to have to figure something out. I don't know. I probably won't have anything, but I'll probably just show up and we'll just talk or something. I don't know. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Have a great week. You know the routine. Wash your hands, wash your butts, and everything in between. And until next time, be free. Be free. Peace.